Uh, Hello, everyone. Good evening for those on the East Coast, or good evening on the East Coast. And I know the rest of the country is following on um, as the sun sets. And hope everybody's having a good night. Tonight, we're going to be covering the next three sets of runes. Yes, sir. I was rolling. Well, we are definitely covering the next three sets of runes, but I don't do the sweet intro with all the info drop that Alciragothi does, so that's why I was sweating a little.
No, I appreciate it. I'm apologize for my tardiness today. I appreciate that you got it covered. I was running a little bit behind on a couple of things. I suppose news since last time I spoke with y'all is we had an amazing Freyfaxi event up at Baldershof. Where to go with it? It was sure where to start. It was a really, really good event. It was spiritually powerful. The rituals were well received. We oathed in Allison and Cody Clausen as folk builders. We oathed in Christian Pinner as a folk builder and Stephen Mundy of Pennsylvania as a folk builder. We also ordained Nathan Erlinson as our newest AFA Gothi. Two baby namings happened, and those are always a favorite. I was privileged to be able to conduct one of those, and Witan Callahan conducted the other. Very nice. Hotter and more humid than you'd think it would be in Minnesota that time of year. I am impressed and envious of Witan Svan's Sigerheim banner behind him, and now his head is wreathed in golden oaken laurels. I know oaken laurels is not the right term, but it gives the impression to the podcast audience. But yeah, no, very exciting.
We were talking about that backstage a little bit. I was going to use the Thorshoff flag, but it's not. I had it outside, so it was kind of weathered. So this
you've got the victory laurels within a black sun halo. It's glorious indeed.
You have frocked me with this. Alciragothi.
I am very excited about how that flag turned out in particular. Other stuff since last time, and I don't know if Nick has the graphics still, but you guys have been generous. We have made good contributions and good progress towards that mower we were asking you guys about fundraising on last time. So I appreciate that. I want to thank everybody who has done the donations for that. Coming up, we have Frere's Harvest Feast next month in September up in Montana at folk builder Tyler Heinland's homestead that he and his family are building there. That should be a very exciting, nice event. And we also have the next thing coming up after that is going to be Winter Nights at Sigerheim this year for the first time. Some plans fell through to have it a little bit closer to where it typically is. And because we own the site and the plus of it's great to get people down there and be able to show off that amazing property, we're going to be celebrating Winter Nights at Sigerheim for the first time. And so that'll be very exciting. Githia Katie Erickson plans to do the De-Seer bloat in the graveyard at Sigerheim, which will add extra power to the ritual. And I think that'll be really special. So I invite you guys to come out if you can. Also, be aware, and time is short on this, but in the next couple of days, coming up on this weekend, we have a Texas Harvest Feast in the Dallas area. If you can make it to that, I know that folk builder Justin Day has put a lot into that and is very excited to see everybody out there that can make it. If you would like to, and you are a member, you should be there. If you are not a member and you'd still like to go, make sure you talk to your local folk builder, and they can get you all set up and squared away. As usual, we are broadcasting on Entropy, YouTube, Odyssey, Twitter, and VK, and Rumble. And you can participate in super chats or send donations over on Rumble or on Entropy. And we really appreciate those guys. Also, wherever you find this, like it, share it, subscribe. Try to get this out to as much as we can. I don't necessarily think that algorithms are always applied favorably to us. So every little bit of effort on your guys' part helps. And without further ado, Witan Svan, if you will start, I believe our first rune this week is Gebo.
Gebo. Yeah, this is a truly wonderful rune. This is, I think, when we begin to see the coalescence of the cosmos. We see the coalescence of the gods. And it's arguable as to where that could be done. But for people who don't know what the rune means, right out the gate, basic, it means the gift. It means the transactional gift. It means the balance between two parties or two forces. So the power of the runes, remember that the highest Lord Odin, when he gained access to the understanding of the fabrics of the universe through the sounds and understanding the way that the universe isn't, it's a series of powers that can dissipate and coagulate like an orchestra. And that the gods are uniquely connected to it, just as we are uniquely connected to it. It's just their understanding is so much more vast. So a lot of people misunderstand the way that we view the divinity of the gods. They are coming from a Christian background where they think of like just a god that's so obscure in relative thought that it's just everything and anyone, or you flip the light in the darkness and all that. Whereas our divinity is seen as, again, a transactional existence between the cosmos. Imagine as if all things that do flow together with the intent of interaction, polarity. That's why we see things as gendered. That's why we see the masculine and the feminine and all of that. And that all takes place in the gift. So the gift could be simple and it could be clean as to what you think of, but it can be brought out far more. Whether we're talking about the potential space in Gunungagyap, in between Muspelheim and Nibelheim, and that potential space in which the interaction between those polaric forces, those primal pieces of the universe waiting to be put into play again, as they do in and out, like breathing in and out. It's a consistent thing. And that potential space in the middle is the gift rune. And so what often happens, or understanding about the gift rune, is that there is a give and a take. There is oftentimes dissipation on one side, coagulation on another. These things require movement. So this is the gift rune. Sometimes it can be symbolized as, I've heard people say, like, it's the signature at the end of a contract, the old cartoon X, or some people have seen it as hands grasping across from each other in symbology. Some people have taken it as, the power from above and the power from below meeting in the middle, or powers from the sides coalescing in the center. But this rune, as we were talking about before in the other VNS broadcasts, we were talking about the story of the runes and the movement of the runes. So continuing on with that theme is, when we were last talking about Raido and the circular movements, I would definitely say that Gebo's movement is coming into center. It's a condensing to the center point. It is, I think, one of the things, and this really struck me when we were having our conversations, Matt, when you were talking about the intent of the Asatru folk assemblies to always kind of look forward and look upwards, and to keep our head above as things kind of come. It's not to get mired into a lot of the things that are going around and always kind of focusing on the gods. This is that point where you kind of center and upwards, because the rune that precedes it is absolutely a declaration to the heavens, if you will. So this rune can mean a lot of things. So in the story of the runes, when we talked about the setting of the sun and the setting of the moon and the setting of the stars and the rotations of all things in movement, or even if you would look at it as the sun and all the planets moving and everything in rotation, as the gods have created the organization of all things in their track. This is the point, I think, where there comes a problem. And I have spoken about this a lot, in the idea that understanding that the gods, when they fight, this is a hugely important thing. It's a part of the overall process that needed to happen. When we move away from the tripartite in the center, which is Yggdrasil and Avhumla and Ymir, and when Ymir is slain, that tripartite shifts and it drops. And what ends up happening is the center has the divinity of the Vanir, and the Vanir are natural law, the inescapable natural law. And the holy Aesir are cosmic order. And these two are separate in this time frame. And what ends up happening is polaric forces, they go against each other and they fight. They fight a bloody war, a terrible war. And in the conclusion, there is a peaceful contract that's aligned, that cosmic order and natural law combine together and pave the way ultimately for the creation of humanity, the creation of the folk, and all of those things aligning with weird. But we'll get to that. So a lot of people, view this as like, this is the war between the gods. Some people say, no, this is the sacrifice of Odin when he places himself on the tree in heaven, which is Yggdrasil, after it's lifted up during the slaying of Ymir. He correlates himself to the center piece, really the only part of the tripartite that of Gunungagap that survives, and finds and unlocks the key. So it is that as well. And in essence, the stories can be viewed as like epochs or essences of time it's undefinable. It's an age, if you will. So all of these things could be kind of correlated together. So gifting, whether it's in sacrifice, whether it's through contractual treaty, through the balance of forces of above and in the middle, between natural law and cosmic order, there's a lot going on in this rune. It can be as simple as you need it, but it could be far bigger if you're willing to go and delve down that path. So, we're moving to, that's about all I have to say on that. I guess, I don't know if you have something more.
So, couple of things. We'll get to the one, I believe there's one reference in any of our rune poems towards this rune. Nick, do you have the rune poems for Gebo?
I have them set as well.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the graphic. But okay, so in the meantime, one of the things that I think is important about the visual of this particular rune is that sense of equilibrium. It depends on how the text is, but when it's a true X, when it's, equal from all different, it's the word is escaping me. It's mirrored if you bisect it, up, down, any of the diagonals. It's an equilibrium from all of those angles. Now, very often we'll see it as a skinny X to where it's only equal in two of those planes. But the idea of it being that point of equilibrium, of the point of that exchange. And we see that in a very visually reinforcing way about gift. One of the, apologize, I'm a little bit flustered because I'm running late, so I'm going through in my head and I'm a little bit scattered. I'm trying to get it all straight. I'm working on it. Anyways, as I was going to say, the gift cycle is at the core of our relationships. Now, our relationships, certainly between us and the gods, also between us and the ancestors, between us and us. It is how we build relationship, is the sharing of things. In a very obvious and traditional way, that's done through gift giving. But in a much more subtle but more frequent way, it's done by the give and take involved in the sharing we have as friends or as family. And we see that with the gods. We don't typically wrap up a gift with a bow and give, and hand it to the gods, nor do they typically hand one of those to us. But we do share our gifts. We share love, we share energy, and it's not always equal in kind. It was very important in any of the times of our ancestors. Gift was different depending on the station of the giver and the receiver. Engaging in a gift cycle with a great king, assuming you are not another great king, is very seldom, an even exchange, but it's a proportional exchange to your grandeur versus that king's grandeur. Their gift they would give you is probably much more substantial than the gift you would give them, but it should be a similar scale to each of your magnificence or lack thereof. And we see that. This continuation of that cycle we see in the references and lore brings joy, brings togetherness, builds the bonds of society. And one thing more, when we see the rune shape evolve, and the ultimate evolution that we saw of it is in the Armanen system, the Gebo rune is, depending on how it's drawn or how you want to look at it, either a wolf's angle or like a half swastika. And one of the key ideas with the symbol of the swastika is that movement. So it evolves gift, that X, and turns it into the gift cycle itself, right, with that idea of that spinning motion. And it's important to keep in mind through all of this, most of our sacred symbols, including Svan, duck your head over to the right, including the trihorn itself, the way it's positioned, you're good, implies that spinning and that movement. So many themes in our lore are about the idea of moving forward and not stopping and letting entropy set in. Not the fine folks at Entropy that help us with this podcast. No, the concept of when things are static and don't move and don't grow, they tend to descend towards chaos and towards destruction. You've got to keep pushing forward to maintain the things that we do. We talk about we see that over and over again, but a couple of examples. The sun and the moon always have to stay one step ahead of the gaping jaws of the wolves chasing them. And with the idea that during the eclipse, it's like they catch up enough to quick get a bite and then they can pop back out and keep going, but there's a chase going on. The idea is if everything stopped, they would be devoured. Our sources of life, light, heat, the things we value would be devoured. We see that also with with Yggdrasil and the wells and the constant feeding of this tree, lest it grow brittle and stale and wither and die. It's constantly fed with these waters from the well of earth, and it's tended, it's maintained through a constant vigilance. It is
That's
reflected in. Oh, go ahead.
You hit a spot. You hit a spot. I didn't even. The gift cycle that you just hit on. This like the first time crossing my mind in a way. Like so, yeah. It's like, whoa, wait a minute. Oh, yes.
It revitalizes. It keeps that tree fresh and young. It's like the apples that the gods eat and receive, keeps them with that eternal youth. It's that constant refreshing, and we see that with the bonds of friendship or any sort of other relationship by that continued exchange of gifts. And the gifts come in form of pleasantries, of just reaching out and saying hi, and not, a friendship gets really old if you're the only one that reaches out and calls somebody. Phones work both ways, but if you're part of a friendship and you're the only one exerting effort, the friendship tends to degrade and go away over time if both people aren't putting in effort. Something as simple as the gift of a phone call. The exchange of energy and the exchange of things back and forth is what renews that cycle and keeps it growing. Nick, do you have those poems for us? If not, I believe Svan has them in front of him.
I do.
Could you pick one and go ahead and start, if you would?
So we're going with the Anglo-Saxon poem. Is it's simply referred to in, or actually, let me double check this too, because I don't want to say without hitting the correction. Is in the Old English, it's Gyfu, Gyfu, but the F is a V sound. So Gyfu, gift is for every man a pride and praise, help and worthiness, and of every homeless adventurer, it is the estate and the substance for those who have nothing else.
And I believe that is the sole rune poem, is it not, for this particular rune?
That is the Anglo-Saxon Frisian. And, it speaks of a lot of interesting things in here when we talk about worthiness and we talk about the exchange, but we also talk about the homeless adventurers, the traveling soldier, or the gift cycle that's given to folk, especially in elder times, moving across the hinterlands and coming across a farmstead and, offering under truce, the promise of no quarrel for a state to be inundated into the estate for a night until, able to travel again. That was a very common thing. So that gifting cycle is really, really prominent in the Anglo-Saxon rune poem. It says, gift is for every man a pride and a praise. So that's talking about the notoriety that one can gain from giving gifts. And I think that's an interesting point, because in our day and age, we've kind of been inundated with this humbleness, or perhaps like a Protestantine style of not so much about giving gifts, but receiving gifts with a couple of things. There's the caveat of, thank you, and that you don't want to make a big deal out of it, but at the same time, you also kind of have a tendency to lose the power of the gift giver in marking it down. Like when someone of high notoriety gives you a gift and you make it not a big thing, one of the foul parts of that is that you kind of rob the gift giver, the praise.
So there's a couple of points I wanted to make with that. First, absolutely correct. There's a different, the Christian idea of humility it's very important that that idea is not a reaction to boastfulness. We oftentimes look at something different about Christianity and think different has to mean opposite. It doesn't. You don't need to be a jerk as opposed to being humble. You do need to take pride in your gift giving. There is honor to be gained for you as well as the giver of, for lack of a better term, a showy display of giving a gift. That raises not just yourself, but the one receiving the gift. Gifts are very important. And as long as everyone is doing that, then you are not the standout braggart in the group. You guys are elevating all of your actions to epic proportions by, adding grandeur to the process. And that wasn't wrong. That was very much respected and expected from our ancestors. Another one of the many examples, and I'm never going to exhaust them all, in our worldview when it comes to exchange of gifts. This rune, two more things actually. This rune embodies the relationship between host and guest and host. I've said this before on this program, but it's speculated that originally in Proto-Indo-European, the word for guest and host was initially one word, and it implied this give and take relationship within itself. I believe it was something to the effect of ghosty or something was the idea of the word. And it reinforces, as a guest, you have obligations to your host. As a host, you have obligations to your guest. And typically a proud tradition that, we still see today very often within the AFA, especially where we host a lot of dinners and things, is the idea of you have people in your home and then they have you in their home. And you exchange those things back and forth. The Have 'em All talks about the path between the home of friends being well trod. Then the next important thing about this rune is its relationship between romantic exchange between men and women, of the procreative life force exchange in the sex act, and, not to be gross, but the exchange of fluids and the exchange of energy in that way, producing life. And I think that goes a little bit more into the Armanen, Meister von List's understanding that this rune, now something to point out if you've been following along, these runes in the Armanen system are one for one. The first one is with the first song. The second one is with the second song. The third one was with the third song. Now that went through the first 6 runes perfectly. Now we see a deviation. It doesn't just continuing going in the Elder Futhark order. This takes us to the 18th. The 18th rune song. And this is for, again, the Gibor rune. An 18th I know, which I ne'er shall tell to maiden or wife of man, save alone to my sister, or happily to her who folds me fast in her arms. Most safe are secrets known to but one. The songs are sung to an end. I'm sure there are many interpretations on that. I think the Armanen connection of these runes to Odin's rune songs are one of the things that leads to deeper contemplation and deeper philosophical reflection on the runes. But the idea of this being a conclusion to the rune system, if you will, or the end cap of it being this powerful secret exchanged between lovers is special. So we see that in the exchange. And I think this will come in more when we have some of the questions on the side. But Gebo is a very important rune to understand, and one I think that we use practically a lot, even if we may not realize it. Svan, do you have any more you'd like to say on Gebo?
Well, and what you were talking about, the polarities between the masculine and feminine, and whether it's, eros, love, like to use the Greek concepts, and then or familial, if you're brother and sister, or grandmother and grandson. I think they're playing on that. The Maestro's playing on those coalesced forces, and he's much like, obviously it's the Runatol is being spoken to. um Lothfafnir is, the kind of the receiver of the wisdom, so he's kind of referencing into that, so it would make sense that he's using it like the male to female. But I think it's really important for people to realize that this is the first deviation when we go into like the Viking runes. When you look at the Elder Futhark and its usage in Sweden and in Norway and in Denmark, there is this point in which there starts to be an admixture of runes. There's the Elder Futhark and the Younger Futhark, and this is the first rune that is removed from the Elder in the new Younger. Now there's 16 runes in the Younger and 24 in the Elder. So there's been a lot of theories as to why they did this. Most languages don't do this, but Dr. Stephen Flowers has even proposed the idea that perhaps Vitkis or rune men or rune masters purposely did this in order to stop the usage from having potency, or perhaps that it got leaked out and the idea was to ensure that the true magic of the runes was not used. It doesn't make a lot of literary sense, considering a lot of these runes are added together in their sounds, and clearly there is a G sound in Old Norse, but I believe it's in the Younger Futhark. It's the Kinas rune that is used as a G rune in the Younger when they write it. So like the Lord Bragi would be technically spelled like Braki. And that's how a lot of the inflection in Old Norse kind of became swift and poignant. So it's really important, I think, for the audience to realize this is the first rune that deviates away, and with the Elder and with the Armanen. And in the Armanen, since the Armanen is based off the Younger Futhark with 2 extra runes at the end, Maestro Guido von List, he felt in his receiving of the symbols that it was important to reintroduce this in its point. And it's interesting because you did say it's the 18th poem, and that might throw people off since we were kind of going one for one. And that's why this is going on, is because this is the first rune that deviates and starts to change things. And after that point, Old Norse ends up just using the 16, and Anglo-Frisian, it used the 32, but then the conversion and the usage of the Latin alphabet kind of ended up letting it wash away from their culture. So that was the one thing I wanted to bring up, because that's going to start causing confusion. If people are following the Younger Futhark, or dare I say it, like if they're coming from, like the Viking show, or if they're coming from, Grimfrost as a company focuses itself around the Viking age runes, and they even use some of the Swedish and or the Norwegian short staff runes, which are even smaller. Sometimes it's just a line with a dot in the middle, or a kinas with a dot in the middle, and those are some very, very late runic adaptations. So, I think that's where we're really, since we are focusing on the entirety of the Elder Futhark for the audience, just bear in the mental space that the Younger deviates here, but we're not doing the Younger, so it's yeah.
All right. Let's start with some questions then. Our first question up, and I think this is a really good one. What do the mythic heroes in our lore represent, and what part do they play in the religion? As in, is it valid to give offerings to and honor our mythic heroes, like Sigurd, for example? Svan, what are your thoughts?
I would say astounding or a resounding absolutely. Um, the mythos of even the I mean, it depends too. Like, if you talk to someone who talks about, everyone would say Sigurd or a Beowulf, but some would argue about Wayland or Volander amongst the Norse, or perhaps even Miley, who's referenced as a son of Odin, or Hermod, obviously. Hermod has almost no presence whatsoever until Baldur's Drama. And there are references to Hermod as a mortal king in uh, one of the dynasty sagas. So it's been speculated that there's like, and the way I've always viewed it in the hierarchy of things is that there are the 12 Aus, there are the Ausinir, and then there's the Austvinir, and then there's kind of like a three-tiered. Because I again functioning on that tripartite, I see like Leosalvar or just Alvar, Disir, and elevated heroes right underneath the holy gods. So if I was to draw a diagram of hierarchy, I would definitely place those three, because you have the masculine of the Alvar and the feminine of the Disir, and then you have these elevated heroes that, whether or not you want to nitpick the details of whether they're absolutely real or not, is almost irrelevant, to the point that we could look at, surely Sigurd, in his story, he deals with Atli, and we know now in speculation that Atli is probably Attila the Hun. So if that's the case, then the idea of the the story itself and the power of Sigurd and the power of Atli being there, or the power of Eor Monarch, who is the king of the Goths, that's kind of also added into the story, we're in essence still honoring their overall might and spirit within. And so, holding bloat or holding gift giving to Hermod or Sigurd or Beowulf or Volander, I would absolutely say is within the ability to do so. I don't necessarily view them in equivalence with the gods. Obviously, I have a very strict hierarchy of the way I view the gods. But anyone like above me is open to being honored um, in gift cycle. So I would say that.
See, I absolutely get where the guy asking the question's coming from, and I think they fit in a gray area that's harder to place. Being that they have a mythical element to them at least. It's like our gods are real. Our historical heroes are real. Our mythic heroes, there's that question mark.
Right.
There's thought with each of them that, there's theories about their level of realness or not. But I get the point. If they're not real, then they can't exchange in the gift cycle. If they are not real and they're just literary figures, then honoring them in a public way reinforces the value that their myth represents. But it's a one-sided version of the gift cycle, because a non-real, non-personal concept cannot give you back things. But if they are real, then they're certainly, the highest tier of our elevated heroes. And so that becomes a questionable area. And the thing is, and I think this requires some more internal discussion within the AFA for us to iron out some specifics. But in general, and some of the confusion, sorry to be less clear with this, some of the confusion comes in when you have a figure like Sigurd, who is almost entirely in the realm of the mythic, yet his story overlaps with historical personages. Then you don't know what to do with that because it crosses certain boundaries. Um, but yes, I'm of the mind specifically with folks like Beowulf and Sigurd that they are real and exist. Where to put them in the historical scope of things is another question. And how much of their story to take literally or not. Again, when we deal with our high epic lore, it's not meant to be taken chronologically literally. But when we deal with these heroes and they have this overlap, it's very tempting to do so, especially when they reference figures like King Atli that Svan referenced. So that makes it tricky. The other thing is, if you look at Sigurd's story, you see very different versions of the story that are both cannot be true in a literal and historical truth sense. The Volsung Saga and the Nibelungenlied are not both simultaneously chronological truths. Yet the character of their story, I do believe, exists and can receive in that gift cycle, but it's a much more confusing gray area. And I think that's one of the reasons that you don't see us talk about them more often than we do in the sense of bloat structure, that you don't see them hailed during Sumble in the way that you see historically attested persons. So I think there's something to that.
Would there be offense if, I mean, again, third round at the Sumble and someone does hail a Sigurd or Beowulf or someone, I don't know. I couldn't would that be an offense? Or, I mean, certainly the round of heroes, I don't know. My biggest draw to that is because of remember when we were talking about the framework of the chair, that pieces are missing and we have to comparatively kind of look at the Greco-Roman or the Etruscan or the Slav. One of the things that really keyed out to me was the worship, or at least the honoring to Hercules.
So one of the things with Hercules is he exists in the high lore in the time of the gods and as a ancient ancestor of, say, the royal house of Macedon. But you don't see his interaction with purely historical figures. And so it makes it easier to see him existing as a demigod as opposed to as a ancient hero that you could find artifacts of. But the way that our, folk of the, archaic pagan Greek period, they did see it that way. Alexander thought if he went far enough, he could go to places that Hercules did some of his deeds at. So yeah, I think that is not a typical way that we think in this day and age, but I think it would be completely appropriate to hail them at Sumble. What is an interesting thing of note is those kind of figures were hailed much more during Sumble in the early days of modern Asatru. There was a time talking to Osiri Gothi McNallen that it was very common, and there were good things too in the Viking dress up days. There were things that went well with that as well. But there was a lot of focus on impersonal heroes, of historical figures, yes, of heroes of epic stories like Beowulf and Sigurd, and of, Viking stuff. but you didn't have a lot of personal hails of recent historical figures or of your parents or your grandparents or your friends. Your hails were much more poetic and aimed at things much less personal to you. One of the really cool things in Sumble now is most of the people that receive toasts it's very personal. It's friends that you know that have meant something to you. It's ancestors of yours that you personally know, or perhaps members of your family, but obscure persons that you happen to have familial understanding of, but weren't, you know, the heroes of history books. Now, you still see great historical figures hailed, but what you don't see as much is folks like Beowulf or Hrolf Kraki or Sigurd.
Right.
But yeah, I think that's a really good question, and it's something that I know a lot of people have given some thought to, and I'm glad that you bring that up. From Trent, Altair Gothi and Witan Svan, how do each of you view Gebo when it comes up in a rune poll? I want to preface this. You know what? I'll save that. Svan, just taking the question as it is, how do you view Gebo when it comes up in a rune poll?
Verbiage wise, remember when we were talking about drawing runes, pulling runes, for people who don't know, is about utilizing runes in a divinational sense of trying to find augury of the future or perhaps the possible outcomes. And I mean, it greatly depends on the question that is laid before, but generally it is a union or a contractional agreement or a coalescing of forces. I see it as a unity rune. Oftentimes, it seems, based on just my notes of interpreting rune readings, I write them down and I try to revisit them and see how they played out. I have my initial interpretation, and then every subsequent, maybe half a year, I'll go back and look at them and kind of recalibrate what happened versus what I interpreted. And my interpretations of that generally mean a union of some sorts, whether it's an allyship, whether it's a connection. But again, it could be, it depends on the question. If you're trying to seek understanding about something, it has to be based on about need. I don't like to do rune readings for arbitrary reasons. And I think so when there's a great need, this usually comes up as a sense that the querent is going to be heading down a pathway for an ability to create allyship or union, or that there is a need for it, depending on where it lands positionally. But yeah, unification. That's the one I see the most.
I'd just like to take a moment and chuckle that you use the term querent.
Questioner.
It depends on who's asking the question. They may very well be querent. Yeah, and this is the reason that I didn't want to say this up front is I didn't want to taint Svan's answer. It would all depend on who I'm pulling it for, why I'm pulling it. I don't ever just do a one rune pull for anything. I always do a sequential 3 rune pull. And so it's hard because I'm trying to think of a hypothetical or something to make it make sense, because it's a good question and I don't want to shortchange on the answer. But for example, if it was the first one I pulled in a sequence of 3, that is different than if it was the middle or if it was the final one. If it was the last in a sequence of 3, I feel like that would indicate coming to equilibrium, coming to balance, things being in, again, things being equalized or in balance, or reaching a fair exchange if the question was something in regard to a negotiation or something. Yeah, if it were in the center of a 3-rune pull, I would think that it would relate to the process of forging a deal, of forging an alliance, of forging a friendship, of building and maintaining a relationship. If it came at the beginning, if it was a question of, if some reason that I was pulling the runes had anything to do with questioning how a circumstance came to be, I would see this, whatever the question they're asking about, coming as the result of an exchange, or of a relationship, or of a treaty, a marriage, a brotherhood. It would all depend on the question. And I know it's just a cheap answer, because it's so very important what the question is on how all of these things are interpreted. And that's why being a Gothi, or a Vitki for that matter, pulling runes is such an art form, and everyone does it different. I'm sure Svan has a whole different process his brain goes through when he does one of these. Trent, you're the one who asked the question. I'm certain that your brain has its own process. And it's really neat to see that in practice when you have an actual context or an actual question, because the way this can be done by somebody who's very effective at it is really a beautiful interplay of things, but it's very much an art form.
And I think that's one thing that when we get asked these questions, go the East is knowing that to what level we might be using it, but not everybody in the audience. So as soon as we get a question like that, it's like, ugh. But I mean, you brought up a great point about, like, not everybody does. Some people do single rune pulls. Mm-hmm. You and I both are on the same with the pulling of 3. I know some people that have gone up to 9 and do some multiples in that.
If you read, and I'm trying to remember which of Edred's books talks about it, but maybe Runecaster's Handbook or something, but some people have an elaborate thing where they throw them on a cloth and do different things based on how they fall compared to one another, what angle they fall at. There's people that have very, very complicated systems. Now, in a perfect world, if Svan, myself, and Trent were all equally mighty, and the gods were all trying to tell us something, we're equally good at hearing it, I think that all 3 of us, perhaps we would draw different runes, and our process would be very different. But I think that, assuming that we were at the top of our game and the gods were trying to communicate, assuming that everybody was working together and everybody was maximally proficient, we could draw completely different runes and all come up with the same answers. Our process of getting there would be very different, undoubtedly. But I think we could gather the same basic answers from all 3 of those. And I don't know if any of the 3 of us are up to that level, but I'd like to think that the better we get, the closer we would all come to being very similar in our answers on those. Our next question, what does Kinaz Torch mean? What does Kinaz Torch mean, knowledge or dissolution? So the punctuation's throwing me off. Does it mean, I think the questioner is asking, does it mean knowledge Or does it mean dissolution? Or does it perhaps mean both? Svan's explanation earlier was a bit obtuse. Don't be obtuse, Svan.
Oh, we're using big words tonight, aren't we? All of us.
All of us. Inventive. It can be, and I think some of Svan's obtusism comes with it is so much about specifics and so much about intent. As we said when we did the show on Kinaz, it can mean torch, or it can mean cancerous, festering sore. Those are really different things. And so, and it's a chuckle. And one of the reasons it's funny is because it is so seemingly silly and preposterous because it means such different things. And if you really intellectualize over it, you can find points of commonality, like burning, or like if inspiration is metastasized, it would literally burn you up from the inside. You can find relation, but it all really depends. And again, I think in a sequential rune pull, you see this play out more. So, for example, the last time I saw Kinaz in a rune pull that I did is when I was doing the naming for Relentless, the AFA's ritual sword. In that case, Kinaz came at the end of a 3 rune pull. So, an oversimplified version is past, present, future. Where something came from, the role something is in the present, what something leads towards with the future. In that sense, when it comes at the end, I tend to see that as inspiration for the future. I see that as inspiration. If it were to come in the middle, and then, for example, if that were to come in the middle of a pull and the final rune were maybe Hagalaz or maybe Nauthiz, then I might see that festering of inspiration not being let loose. I might see that burning and decay as causing a storm or causing a crisis, or perhaps causing a desperate need with that Nauthiz. So it means something different to me in the center than it would at the end. But I think beginning or end, I would see it as meaning inspiration. If it was at the beginning, it would inspire the next two. If we're at the end, it would lead in something that is inspirational to others or towards the future. If it was in the middle, then it would depend on what preceded and post-seeded, although I'm sure that's not the word I'm looking for. But that's my thoughts on it. Svan, did you want to clarify your obtusity?
No, I think what you kind of said too about position. If it's in the past, it's the inspiration of thought and the clarity of mind. Perhaps in the present, it is the formulation and the creation, and in the future, it could be perhaps the exaltedness or perhaps the beacon of inspiration for others. That kind of, in the clearest sense, Kinaz is the mental enlightenment or the spark of inspiration, but it is the predecessor to creation of something. So the creative ability to formulate something, to break it down into its base elements and bring it to what you need. And then the final result is to hold it up aloft, and that power exudes to others and inspires. And so it is a light amongst lights, depending on whether it's in your mind, it's in your heart, or it's in your hand. I hope that can be as clear as I can make it.
So, and just as an example, because it feeds on what we talked about earlier, hearing mine and Svan's understanding of how we would use that rune in a poll is a prime example. We have a very different way we would use it. It's connected to, Svan and I have the same access to the same materials, the same lore. We have the same discussions with one another. He reads the runes differently than I do in ways. I would like to think that when randomizing for that pull, if I were trying to get something that meant to break something down to its fundamentals, maybe I would get Hagalaz, maybe I would get Thurasaz. There's other things that are just that mean more of destructive to me, of the breaking down of something. That's kind of what I meant earlier, is we may draw different runes to come to the same conclusion. The way interpretations work of these things is really different, and that's not a fallacy of the runic system. It's a beautiful thing about Gebo, about what the practitioner adds to the process of reading the runes. It's not one-sided. There are two pieces that have to work together in a dance, if you will, to get where we're going. And everyone does it a little bit differently. Therefore, I don't know a better term, the randomization, but if we believed it was random, we wouldn't be having this conversation. So the mixing up process, which will come when we talk about the rune Perthro, but that churning of what's going on in the cauldron before we pull them out interplays with the one who's doing the pulling. And I think it's really neat when you see that displayed over time. I don't think this is one of the challenging things when we talk about esoteric things, and we talk about religious experience, when we talk about most of the things we talk about here. It's always a challenge to do them in a video format or in a podcast format, because words don't do feelings justice and they don't do metaphysics justice, but they're the closest that we can get without you being there and sharing an experience with us. I hope that was helpful. Our next question, Matt and Svan. Have you read the book series Paganism Explained by Varg Vikernes? He believes our gods and myths are descriptions of childbirth. Thoughts on that interpretation?
You want me to go with this one, or you do it? You do it. You just take.
No, I'm gonna own it. I think it's really stupid and ridiculous. I think that when we find symbolism that correlates with something in our life or something that's very important to us, that's not illegitimate, but we run the risk of putting the cart before the horse. Our religion isn't about childbirth, but yes, some of the concepts, because we see so many of these concepts and patterns repeated in so many layers. Yes, you can see many of them through the lens of childbirth if that's the way you want to see them. But no, that's not what it's about. And the reason that I come out and say that's stupid, which is not nice, but I say it because I think it trivializes our entire faith to boil it down to that. I have not read that series, but of the information that I've heard from Varg, it's atheism. It's atheism, assuming that our ancestors made really elegant allegories to natural processes. And again, there's nothing higher. We're just animals that have cool poems about our animal stuff that we do, like mating and creating puppies. We're more than that. We are related to the gods. We have the potential and the spark of divinity in our soul to reach up and become more than we are. And to denigrate that and to lower that, any of those attempts are in a way an idea to grasp the gods and bring them down to us rather than to pull ourselves up towards them. And anything that lowers our gods and lowers the faith of our ancestors, lowers the intelligence of our ancestors, I find really insulting. And I don't think it's just I don't think it's just wrong. I think it's destructive to what we're trying so hard to do. What are your thoughts, Swan?
I in one sense I see again his personal interpretations are that, and I think that if a lot of people just read into it as thus, like that's his personal interpretations, and perhaps there could be some gleaning wisdom in that, but it's not the entirety of all the wisdom. So I'm always a person who's never been like I like to search for ideas, but I'm not wholly convinced to them until I have admitted that to myself. So learning from other people, I don't really have a problem with, but it's at the same time, like it kind of reminds me, Varkar is like an outlaw, and sometimes I feel like I'm listening to the kind of crazy guy who's just like spouting synapses of ideas kind of connecting and firing together. Sometimes I can see where he's coming from, and other times I'm like, I
He
don't know about that.
So in my experience, and I've seen other people do this, and not just Varg. This isn't meant to be personal. If I was Varg, I would take it personally. Like, I don't fault that. I'm disparaging his concepts and his work, but it's not.
He's a pagan street preacher.
But it's not about that. The thing, there is a current amongst a lot of people that are not pious in their religiosity, that they are infatuated with their own interpretation of things. And it's more about trying to slap their own stamp or label upon our faith than it is about truth or about reverence to the gods outside of our own masturbatory instincts. If the whole thing is about us doing it our way, and I found this one obscure piece of things that I'm going to build something around, you miss the point. And it's easy to want to do that if you don't really believe in the divinity of our gods. If our gods are mythological concepts, then if I have a cool theory, then that's awesome. My theory is the most important thing because I've conceived of the gods in a new way. It's like making a movie that you want to make your own new spin on the gods, your own whimsical interpretation. If they're just a story that our ancestors had, then cool. Why not do that? Why not just, come up with new riffs on the gods? But if they're actually gods, if they are living gods of our people, then how horribly insulting that is, and confusing and misleading. There was a follow-up statement to the question that I didn't read the first time because I didn't recognize it as such. The way these things come up sometimes, and I'm not sure if they're asked in this way, but there's like a little follow-up that I often miss. And so I apologize when I do that. I'll try to read forward a little bit. So the follow-up, perhaps it's one layer of truth among many layers. I think that can be true. I don't think that's always true. I think he overextends the childbirth metaphor far too much. But some of that has seeds of truth in that. Like, for example, the world tree is not a reflection of the placenta. The placenta might very well be a reflection of the world tree, but those are two separate things. The body's nervous system. The world tree isn't our artistic representation of our nervous system and our venal system. Our venal system and nervous system might well be a reflection of that greater truth, but the direction that flows is very important. And when it flows backwards, that is poisonous and detrimental. When it flows correctly, it's enlightening and it adds points of connection.
Yeah, it's kind of like when the people say the gods are archetypes versus the archetypes are based off the gods. That direction is hugely important in the way you view things. And I think that, like many Scandinavians, here's a silver lining, I think, about Varg is that when he talks about these things, he finds divinity in some of the material elements of his life, but these elements have a magical sense to them. Birth, children, and the interplay of love between a man and a woman. I think he finds these things truly magical, but he, again, kind of explains them in a material sense. And that's the silver lining, but then it kind of gets trounced when the direction is that the reason why Yggdrasil is because it's simply a representation of something material, as versus the other way around. And I mean, I'm just beating the same drum that you just said, but re-emphasizing that at least in a silver lining, I do see that some of the themes, but then he rolls off on other things about how cats and the Greeks brought cats and gayness to Scandinavia, something like he just kind of, then he goes ranting again, and I'm like, oh, okay. So,
next question. Odin gave something for the knowledge he received. It's the gift for a gift idea from the Havamal, right? What are your thoughts on that, Svan?
Yes, this is an interesting thing to talk about. If we talk about things that are taken from the gods, if you look across the Pan-Aryan, if we look at King Nuada, or of course Lord Tyr and his loss of his hand being taken from him, as opposed to something that is freely given, there becomes a nuanced kind of understanding about the displacement of things placed somewhere else, and the prices that need to be given. So yes, this, like what I said before, the gift of himself to himself upon Yggdrasil in heaven, the gift that he gives to Mimir to place himself in the flow of all that of time in the middle world, can also be kind of coalesced into that. But the gift for a gift, remember, in some cases, it's not always like, I think a lot of people get caught up on perhaps even the equality of that situation. Sometimes there is an understanding of, like, even just that the gifts aren't always equal per se, as they are perhaps. One is clearly detrimental, but there's gain. And I know a lot of people talk about the Faustian concept of gifting in a situation, or sacrificing in a situation. And this kind of goes into another aspect of Gebo, is not necessarily the gift cycle or the exchange and unification between two forces, but the giving of oneself within, and how to go about doing that. And I think that this does have some application. I certainly have used Gebo before in meditative thought, in the idea of what I must shed from myself or give of myself in order to perhaps gain clarity. But yes, I think that applies in a sense, if you're looking at gifting internalized versus externally and between forces.
It's interesting, but it touches on something that I wanted to make sure we spoke about, and I'm glad that it does. There are many translations of that line in the Havamal, and the most presumptuous and chest-beating version is that a gift demands a gift. First, it doesn't say that. Whatever it says is in Old Norse, and I don't speak it, but I'm working on that. But we take it for granted that that's a gift demands a gift, and we repeat it too much. The much more subtle understanding is that a gift looks for a gift seeks a gift. All of those are valid translations of the line. The concept that giving a gift in a way obliges the receiver to continue that cycle of gift giving is true. But the difference between demanding and asking is immense. One of the things that has always troubled me about Asatru ritual is the Asatru guys, or the bro Asatru guys, go out there and like, I gave you this bottle of mead, give me stuff, gods. And it's so disrespectful. And I don't think it's done intentionally to disrespect. I think we just, and we all do this, we ape traditions of our ancestors without evaluating them and realizing why we do what we do. But the idea of us demanding anything from our gods is completely and totally inappropriate. The idea of us thinking that our $20 bottle of mead is worth the gods fixing your broken marriage or whatever else you may ask of the gods is also stupid and presumptuous and preposterous. I think it's really important, and I've thought about this a lot today in a different context. But we were talking in the last question or a couple questions ago about directionality of things, about the gods, elements of our myths symbolizing natural things and us making up cool stories about them, or about eternal truths being reflected in things that we see and observe. Those two directions make all the difference in the world. And I think something important is in how we go about understanding the interaction of us with the gods. We talked earlier about how gifting culture is perhaps its highest form of expression in our lore is in hall culture between lord and retainer. You would never go into a lord's hall and give him stuff and demand things. That's the quickest way to get ejected from the hall, or perhaps wounded or killed. The retainer, the freeman, the carl, doesn't go to the jarl and make demands, much less to the koninger and make demands. If we wouldn't go make demands of a king, lest he give us a boot in the butt, why on earth would you think it'd be appropriate to make demands of our gods? It's preposterous. One of the most important things to me personally was when I started conceiving of things from what I know and then going out from there, as opposed to what I imagine and then coming back from it. I don't think any of us have a perfect understanding of our relationship to the gods. I think that some of us who are Gothar and have spent long years doing it have a better understanding than others who haven't, but I think we all have a very long way to go. I think the best served we are is to start from how we would relate to our parents. How would we relate to our grandparents? How would we relate to our friends? How would we relate to someone who is much higher in authority and esteem than we are? And work from there. I think that serves us much, much better. And I think that if we err disregarding that and imagining the gods in whatever comic booky way we imagine them, I think our gods are much more likely to take offense at that than if we scale it up and treat our gods like they're the greatest of kings and then go from there. I think our gods can grant us a certain amount of grace at that point because what we're doing is respectful and makes sense, than if we're so presumptuous to go out in a circle and start demanding they give us stuff. So I think that's worth saying. And I know this is a long way around the question that was asked. I think there is a difference between things of value coming at a cost and gift giving. In order for, now there's people that have to earn certain privileges from their parents or certain things, but anyone you love or care about wouldn't demand that you commit self-harm or that you hurt yourself in order for them to give you a gift. And in that way, I think it's very different. The fact that things worth achieving are often come at a cost and very difficult and come at a sacrifice. And I think that the use of the term sacrifice is problematic as well. So, broken down into the Latin, sacrifice is the act of making something mundane holy. It is you know what, I'm even adding to it there. It is making something holy. To, the "fice" suffix means to make, and sacra, something sacred. To make something sacred. It has come down to us as to give up something, but that's not what the original word meant. And I think that's a very important thing. When we're giving something to the gods, the point isn't that we're taking something away from ourselves, that we're damaging ourselves, or that we're putting ourselves in need to give them something. The point is that we are giving a gift out of love, out of worship, and out of respect to beings that we genuinely love and wish to offer something to. Sometimes we would dig deep to come up with that offering out of love or out of need or out of respect or out of whatever. But it's not like, here, cut off your hand and give it to the gods. Why do the gods want you to mutilate yourself? That's silly. They don't need an extra hand. They may appreciate the gesture, but at the end of the day, gods that care about you don't want you to hurt yourself for them. If you need to sacrifice your hand to get something that you think is important, if you're that guy that had the rock on top of him and you need to cut off your arm to get out from under the rock, a sacrifice is needed in that case. It's not giving your arm to the gods. That's not the point. The point is that's the cost it takes to save your life. If the only way you can get these runes is by pinning yourself to a tree and going through a certain trial to get them, then cool. But there was no loving force on the other side of the gap that demanded Odin make a sacrifice in order to gift him with the runes. That's not how it was. So I think it's a little different concept. There's obviously, you got to spend some to get some is a truth that unites both concepts, but I do think it's different than gifting in the term that we're talking about. The next, and I want to hear your take on this, Svan. What kind of moral message am I supposed to learn from Freya getting Brisingamen? I have heard this asked many times, and I think it's really interesting.
I actually, well, that's interesting because of the word moral. See, I feel that there is a mythos, meaning of the understanding of gaining power from, in essence, the elements of the earth, if you will. I deeply believe that Freya is connected to the earth as a Vanir, and as also the correlation of that which is precious, that which is held in exaltation of gifting. And the Brisingamen, I think, is ultimately that source of true desire, which is why Freya is so dangerous sometimes, in the sense that her path is one of beauty, but can also be one of possession and desire. And the idea of her gaining from the four directions or four elements, or the ultimately the pillars of the Dvergar, who are actual beings of material, beings of coalescent powers between energy and matter. I've seen that as in essence a full drawing up of the material to create a synthesis between beauty and object, if you will. The idea of when we talk about beauty, we can talk about beauty, but when you see something beautiful, something created, something that inspires to the point where it uplifts you, it opens up your mind. And I'm talking more in a physical sense, maybe less like say in like auditory sense, is that to me, Freya represents that her power is beauty and possession, or I would say overwhelming desire. Much like fury is given over to battle when we talk about Lord Odin, or we talk about the fervor of knowledge or the fervor of the ecstatic moment. There's that it is good to lift up and to be high, and to open up your mind and feel that, but it can cost you by falling off into almost delirium. And in that same way, I view Freya and her power of beauty exuding or coming together in the ring that is the Brisingamen, and that represents her true power, her ability to garner the desire of possession. And that, in essence, also brings out connection to the way that we interact with the things that we see in beauty and the way that we want to desire things. Because I don't always take, like, I know a lot of people, see Freya as, oh, this is a goddess of love. I pray to Sjoven for love, not Freya. I see Freya as, again, a dynamic part of natural law is desire, possession, or the desire to possess something, or to be, in possession of beauty. I think that even when we talk about the every type of folk, Greco-Roman or even the Gallic, or every type of folk always had kind of an essence of that which desired them, or that which they desired. And I think Brisingamen is convoluted as the source of love, in the understanding that what it is attraction. So when we talk about attraction and we talk about possession, we talk about beauty, what Freya is gaining from this is that she's pulling from, you could interpret it as the four elements. You could interpret it as, the taking from every direction. So pulling from it the entirety of the earth, the power of the material exuding of beauty, a formulation of beauty, if you will.
So, first, everything that Svan said about the elements, absolutely. One of the things that we see with Lady Freya is very much a manifestation of material wealth and material beauty. We see that with the amber, with the gold, with the lust for amber and gold, with lust itself. There's person asking the question. There's obvious sexual overtones about it, and I don't wish to disregard those. One thing that I reflect on with that is the nature of Freya's magic. So Sather is very often, all right, so not to be vulgar, but to make the point, there's the pitcher and the catcher in the relationship. In a sexual situation, the idea of save practice or any oracular work is the idea of other things penetrating you in a way and working through you. If you're a medium, you put yourself aside and you are then a conduit for something else to possess and to act through. It's the reason that our ancestors felt that save work was effeminate and was ergy. So it wasn't something suitable for a man to participate in, because you were giving over that power of yourself. You're giving over the autonomy of your soul and letting yourself be possessed by something else. which is very much reflected in the female position in the sex act. And I think that's one element of our women's relation to magical things that's very different than men's. Male magic is very much in a flexing of will. It is a direction of will. It is man being in the driver's seat and doing the pitching, as it were. Whereas females' approach to magic, specifically in safe practice, is receiving the power of something or someone else into them as a vessel for it, and then that person exacting their power through that woman. And I think that that is graphically displayed in that particular story. I also, you can see in that iteration of our myths that was written down, it came to us a certain body way of describing some things that I think would be approached very differently if it was written 200 years previous by Gothar, as opposed to by scholastics 200 years after the fertile time of our faith. It's what we have, and it's very valuable, and I don't disregard that at all. But I think the story would be a little bit less vulgar if it was told by our Gothar than the way it's told by Snorri.
One thing too, to kind of piggyback on what you just said, is for the listener, one thing worth noting is that when you speak about the word moral in relation to certain stories of the gods interchanging power and energy, it becomes very interesting. And it could be something to where it raises an eyebrow today, or perhaps a chuckle to our ancestors. But ultimately, I think it was missed, is that there's a mystery beyond it. When we talk about like Heimdall coming down as Rig, and he stays with, great grandmother and great grandfather. And then when he leaves there, they have a bountiful children. And I've heard people take that in a way, what they're talking about is some sense of like that there's like triangular interactions going on there. But what they're not really understanding is that's not the case at all. The case is that this is great grandfather and great grandmother. The very nature of their name denotes a generation, and the taking in of the divine light and power of the very conduit from heaven, which is Heimdall, brings them up, elevates them out. So you can look for those things in a material or moral sense, and be found, where again at a sense of conundrum or even a sense of agitation. But when you look at the gods as powers that interact with each other, and this again is the same thing when we talk about Odin, Lord Odin, and his bringing forth of the holy god Vauli in one iteration by Saxo Grammaticus, who greatly hated the gods. He hated his ancestors. He hated the religion of his people. He was fully all cards in to the Roman religion or the religion of the Middle East, or that subsect of Judaism. He was all in. And so when he describes the situation of the birth of Vauli, he refers to it as, first off, Odin is just a mortal man and king, and he rapes the Rugian princess, which is where the Ukrainians are now, and that there's like some sort of political Game of Thrones kind of intrigue going on there. But you see Snorri, who is still faulty in his own way. He does exalt the interaction to a more godly way. But if you can understand the interactions of the gods, again, I always talk about movement when we talk about the gods coming down or going up or moving out or even going far below, which is a big one. Again, the understanding of Aryan mythos is about the movement of the gods and how they interact with each other. So Freya, who goes into Nidavellir, into the world of elemental, into the world of the dwarves, is pulling the four-directional, all-encompassing. And that's another thing, is like understanding directional doesn't necessarily equate to like polaric. It means the 4 directions is all encompassing. Oftentimes it was seen, if you did the 4 directions holding your horn, it meant that you were exuding out over the entire area. And she is receiving in the entirety of all of this elemental force. And it becomes the Brzingame. And the Brzingame is the pinnacle of, like material possession and beauty encapsulated in the power that it can have, which could be both, wonderful or absolutely terrifying. Whole countries can go to war over beauty and over possession of items or people or ideals. Because sometimes ideals are so beautiful that sometimes, people fight and kill each other over it because they see a beauty that they want to attain.
So I'm going to throw this out there. I'm just looking over the chat a little bit, and I apologize. It's hard to keep up. We have a very active chat, which is really awesome. It is a challenge for us to follow all of the intricacies of it. And producer Nick is more on top of it than we are, certainly. But looking at it, I saw the person who asked the question say that they're not only are they not AFA members, they're not of the folk, but whatever. I encourage anybody to come on here and ask questions, and thank you. And I think it was a good question. I think it was a very valid question to ask. I think it was an interesting one for us to ponder in answering. And like I've always said, literally anybody can, don't come in the chat room and start fights, but anybody who wants to listen to these and ask questions, we're always happy to answer any questions that we get if they're well intended. And so, yeah, I appreciate the question. Question from Sarah. Witan Svan, please talk about the horse you baked and how awesome it is.
Well, first off, a lot of people are baking horses around this time.
So pause real quick. Producer Nick, challenge to you. If you could find a picture of that horse and put it up, it would be a bonus. Sorry, Svan.
Oh, well, actually, I could probably send it to him. Actually, I realize, no, I can't. The big thing is there's a lot of, horses being baked around this time. This is a cultural thing. I think it's important for people to understand if you are an American, if you are folk and you are, practicing Asatru, especially in America right now, and we want to extend this out culturally to the folks overseas, but the horse is symbolic of this time of year. We're on the Iron Mark. We're running right up onto the felling month, which is one moon away from winter tiding. That's when it all starts. And so it's feel it in the air. It's time for the harvest. Loaf mass is oftentimes what it's called, or bread, the bread harvest. But we call it Freyfaxi. Yeah, Freyfaxi is a kenning for wheat. And the horse, the vitality of the horse, in multiple forms and iterations. Oh, he did it. This was made by me and my daughter. Actually, Ravenna loves making these. I was at the gym this morning, and she called me and was like, "Daddy, you're at the gym. You got to get home. We got to make the bread horse." She's just cracking the whip on me. So she was super excited. And this isn't the only one, though. There have been lots of great bread horses coming out, and I love to see them all. I want to see them in every way. I've yet to see people do kind of like a standing up one. That's going to be a challenge. But yes, this time of year is about harvesting the wheat. That's the final one, the beginning of harvest. Sometimes there's 2 harvests that will run deeper into the winter, but yeah, this is a simple recipe. It's cream of tartar, baking soda, any type of wheat, whether it's whole grain, and a little bit of milk, and that's it. Some salt. Put it together, knead it into a ball, and then make your pieces, put it together, and kind of shape it. And then we used icing pens to kind of add some extra stuff in there. And I really like to put the Thunder Cross or the Fifot or the Sonnenrad or the Svastika in the center because it represents that exuding of power. And that is what this is about, is the the sacrifice of vitality at the end of the season in order to tide us over for the winter and to give us hope and fruitfulness for the next season. And it is that kind of understanding that Lord Frey, he turns now and returns back to Leosalfheim, and he leaves the embrace of his leaves the embrace of Gerther, the earth, as she is one of the goddesses of the earth, as there are many, and he turns and leaves with his retinue of elves, but in returning, he leaves his horse, Blodin Hovi, which means bloody hooves. It's a reference to the idea of a battlefield horse, a horse that treads upon the dead on a battlefield. So it's a very powerful and virile name. And the leaving of Blodin Hovi is about leaving that last bit of vitality before the receding of the summer tide into the winter tide. So, these bread horses and some people make loaves, just regular loaves, and that definitely has correlation to loaf mass. And this time of year is a lot about, bread eating. If you're on a low carb diet, you're sweating right now. It's a lot of beer is drunk and a lot of bread. It's a great festive time, and it is about virility, and it is about that last hurrah before the final receding of the summer tide.
We got one more season of gluten.
It's the season of gluten.
So, Nick, no rush on this one, but if you could put up the picture of the horse Brandy made at Frey Faxi at Baldershof, that would be cool too. That was so for folks who cannot see these visuals on Spotify. I assure you, these are beautiful horses. We will not put the ugly horses up here. Or if we did, we would identify them as such. It's fun. Making horses is neat. Sometimes people have beautiful horses. Sometimes you have silly looking horses that look ridiculous. It's all fun, and it's just a neat thing to do. We had one at Odenshof one year, and one of the kids there, a young kid, looked at it and he said it looked like a bear that was pooping. And it absolutely did. But it was a well-intentioned horse. It was not a beautiful steed, but it was glutinous.
It always makes me think of the meme where it's like, very nice, very nice. Now let me see it after it comes out of the oven, like, because it's the oven does the changes.
Yeah,
depending on the bread you use.
The gluten has a tendency to rise and change shape and do different stuff. But yeah, it's fun, and it's kind of one of our big traditions that goes with. I did one of the coolest bloats that I was ever a part of was a Frey bloat in Denmark. And it was done in August. And it was, so their group over there, and certainly at the time, it wasn't super organized, but all the different practitioners of Asatru there were part of a body called Fornseder, and that was so they could interface with the government as like the Asatru folks, but it represented a lot of different people that did different things. One of their elder and very respected Gothar, he had just had, I believe, heart surgery, and he wasn't even supposed to be out of the hospital. But I had gone on that trip with Steve McNallen, and Steve's reputation preceded him. And this, old man who was recovering from ill health wanted to be there and perform this bloat for Steve. I mean, for Freyr, but in the presence of Steve. And so, he's there in a t-shirt and some sweatpants, and he's like just got out of the hospital, but it was important for him to be there. And it was done in this cleared circle. I believe it was a stone circle surrounding a dolmen, but the dolmen was the centerpiece. And this woman, Justina, that had showed us so many things, I don't want to mischaracterize her, but she was a very, very loud, very assertive, very um, exuding with personality lady. She was really neat. She's one of the neatest people that I've met. And that can cut both ways, but she was eccentric and she was loud and she was, you know, very full throttle personality. And she showed us so many beautiful things. I will always be indebted to her for that. I was her, so I was the driver and she was a very militant co-pilot. And like, if you were within, if you weren't within 2 kilometers per hour of where she wanted you to be, you would know about it in a abrupt way. Not a pleasant experience, but a fun one to reminisce on. And I wouldn't, that the juice was absolutely worth the squeeze on all of this. Anyways, this goes a long way to say this. The entire trip, she was very, very, very loud and a very dominant personality. It was really beautiful to see her with this guy because this was like her mentor. And he didn't speak English. He was, the older generation of Danes didn't as much, but the younger ones did. So he would do the ritual and she would, half hold him up and translate for him. And the change in her demeanor when she was in his presence, she became the humble student with her, with her master there that had taught her spiritual things. And it was really, really cool to see that. And we did this ritual in the circle, but the backdrop was so beautiful. It was, you look across the way and there is, wasn't windy, but there was a slight breeze and the wheat fields, as far as the eye could see, and the slight breeze making these waves over the wheat field. And you look in the distance and this guy had, a pen with his horses. So the wheat field, and there's, these horses dancing and neighing and doing their horse stuff while we're at this fray ritual during the harvest time. It was very, very special. That was a really neat thing, and I hadn't thought about it in a long time, but it was special to remember. Next one. Go ahead.
Found it.
Yep.
I found the picture.
I see that.
It's
strange there. He's running, and he's got toasted, I guess, herbs over top of him. A lot of the clove in there. That's the horse on the altar right before we did the sacrifice of it. It was a particularly powerful bloat. The first bloat from officially ordained Gothi Nathan Erlinson, as a matter of fact. Sarah's got a question. Are you familiar with the book, The Rune Poems, a reawakened tradition? There is a visual rune poem in it that really brings the symbolism of each rune to life. No, Sarah, I'm not, but I'm very intrigued. That sounds really cool. And maybe the next time Svan goes on his talk, and I'm going to Google that on my phone just so I have it up and don't forget about it, because I'd really like to see that. That sounds really cool. Svan, are you familiar with that?
Only lightly, actually. I have heard it referenced before. I have looked it up. I have actually, I wouldn't be surprised if it's in my cart on Amazon, but I don't own it. I don't have it. I have seen, there was a writing, Raido rune description as well that was placed out. I don't know if it's in an article or if it's in a review, but it is a very interesting, but I'm not hugely familiar with it at all. And I would be, dishonest to say I was, but I'm kind of, now that it's been brought up again, it's kind of like, is this a hint? I should be looking at this.
All right. Question. Are either of you familiar with the Thunder Wizard channel vids, where he explains Thor's belt as an energy ritual and gauntlets with opening? I'm not familiar with that word. NADIS, or energy holes in the palms needing to be opened. Thoughts? No, I am not familiar with the Thunder Wizard or his channel or his theories about electricity as relates to Thor and his war gear. What about you, Svan?
No, I'm not, but I have. I believe even on VNS when we talked about the Father of Storms, when we talked about Thor, I made a point about the understanding of part of the um, symbolic understanding of Thor is perhaps that, again, the great mystery that the gods are trying to teach us about many things lies within the way that they taught the stories of the gods. And in this case, when we see something, let's say, for instance, the symbology of Thor to our ancestors is what it is. But since the gods gave us these stories, and these stories do descend down, and they, I believe, know absolutely how they're going to be, how they're going to end up, where they're going to end up, how they're going to be seen or utilized, and the mysteries within them. Again, same with Freya and the four dwarves, Heimdall and the generations, the three generations that he does in order to create the folk. In this case with Thor, it's very, very unique in that when we look at what we know of knowledge now about electricity, and then we look at the symbology of Thor in his essence, we can clearly see that there's things that kind of the greater mysteries being hidden and time capsule released, in our age. And so I've made reference to the belt as the wrapping or coiling superconducting, the iron rod in the center of the belt, that Mjolnir being much like a switch and a positive and negative with iron, or Iron Gripper and Iron Glover. And I've made those correlations, but it is important to remember, again, it's about the way you approach those symbolic meanings. I believe that the gods gave the stories to humanity. Humanity has told them, spoken of them. They've given it to the folk to speak to their children and pass it down. Then it was written in poetic form and in a way encapsulated and saved across a great drought of time when our folk were under great duress. I think it's worth noting that if we see those comparisons, if we see those thoughts and ideas about positive and negative, switches and conducting and iron cores, what we are truly doing is we should be understanding that there's wisdom that the gods have been passing down to us, and that we are now just becoming aware of it, instead of perhaps placing that framework on the gods or shoving them into that kind of framework of our own. And I think that's really important. For instance, our ancestors, when they didn't see, Thor as red because red had cultural significance only. No, it had cultural significance because Thor is Thor, and red exudes from him. That's he in essence is the reason why red is culturally seen as vital and filled with power and filled with might, and it's not the other way around. It's worth noting that. I don't think that in a lot of ways our ancestors didn't dress the gods up, as opposed to more or less over time the gods giving all of this to the folk and the folk speaking about it. It becomes top down, not bottom up, in relation to like the intricacies of the stories. And so we see those mysteries, and then we can apply some of our knowledge. So now our understanding of electricity and things. I haven't watched a ton. I haven't watched him, Thunder Wizard. I'm interested now. I just wrote it down. I guess Portals is the part that threw me off there. I was like, But again, when we're talking about ley lines and we're talking about connected points of power over the earth, or even the magnetic field of the earth, again, if we look at Thor and see him as the son of heaven and earth, he is. I believe that's part of his power. I don't know 100% how it exudes, or how he perhaps overlays to it, but I could absolutely see that his power is in that sense of the field, the magnetism, the ley lines, or the forces of power that kind of cross over Jord. So interesting. Like I said, I wrote it down.
Okay, so the next question. Do you think there are heroes from later times in history that we can also honor, and heroes that could even be alive today who will be remembered as heroes in history? Yes, absolutely. And I think that you come on those episodes too. I'm not sure or not. Literally every episode that I do opposite these ones with Svan for the past few months now has been about those heroes. The Asatru Folk Assembly recognizes, I think, 15 heroes of our faith that we celebrate, and that list is only going to get added to over the years to come. Right now, we have Raud the Strong, Ivain Kinrithi, Olvir of Egya, Jarl Hauken, John Gibbs Bailey, Elsie Christensen, King Thanaric, Svanbjorn Bjentensen, Alexander Rudd Mills, King Radbod of the Frisians, Prince Herman, John Ewell, Meister Guido von List, Queen Sigrid, and Egil Skallagrimsson. As for heroes now, I'm sure there are lots, but I can guarantee you that both Steve and Githia Sheila McNallen will be honored as heroes in the future. Assuming I outlive them, I will ensure that occurs. And I charge whoever takes over after me, should I not, to make sure that happens. But absolutely there are. And we try to make that special. We have an altar set up to a different hero in each of our Hofs, and we're going to continue that practice. Right now at Odin's Hof, we have an altar to Meister Guido von List, who we'll be talking about next week. At Thor's Hof, we have one to Alexander Rudd Mills. At Baldur's Hof, we have one to the Folk Mother, Elsie Christensen. And at Njord's Hof, we have one that's under construction to Raud the Strong. I say that. Did I say him on the list? If I didn't say him on the list, that was an error. I don't think I did somehow. I don't know if I missed him or something. That's my fault if I did. But yeah. Next question is, why would there be a hierarchy of the spirits? Because hierarchy is inherent in nature and is imperative to the concept of order. And we believe that our gods are the gods of order, both physical order and cosmic order. And so there is hierarchy in all things, above and below. Has anyone ever gave gifts to gods who don't usually get hailed and receive more than, say, Odin? Been having bloats in the Skullkill, and a gift for a gift goes a long way. Hail Njord. You know, that is a good question. I have often, and I've thought of this on multiple levels, and I think this is important. First, sure, I think what you're saying is absolutely accurate. And again, this has to go from relationships we are familiar with and then expanded on to the best of our ability when contemplating the gods. But I have to imagine, you know, if first we live in an age where these gods that are as ancient as our race, if not much, much more ancient, have not been actively worshipped, certainly not in numbers, for 1,000 years, not been worshipped by the whole of our folk in perhaps 2,000. We're in a time where, in general, these gods are receiving worship that they were denied for a very long time. That has to be special to them. And I believe that with all my heart. When you deal with gods that are very used to not getting the attention, you know, Odin, Thor, Freyr, Freya, Frigga, a lot of these gods and goddesses get a lot of attention. Gods like Uller, or you mentioned Norther, or Forseti, some of these other gods don't get nearly as much attention. I have to think that when they do, it's appreciated. And when there's a scarcity of attention, the attention that you get is appreciated much more. So, yeah, I think that's absolutely true. It's one thing I'm very excited about as our Hoffs grow and as we have more Hoffs. We get to build a relationship with our gods in a very, very special and unique way by consistent worship at their temple, at their altar, in their presence. And I feel like we're already seeing some of that. Odin and Thor, I think, have been worshipped by our people since the dawn of modern Asatru and are very, very prominent. So I don't think we see it as prominently in that way. But Lord Balder, I believe that we are building a much closer relationship with him since the establishment of his Hoff. I think that we are coming to a greater understanding of him and building a stronger relationship with him. I also think that with Lord Njordur, having the first Hoff to him, that the first that we know of for certain, and I'm certain that he had Hoffs in elder times, but that we have records of, I absolutely believe that we're in the process of building a much tighter and closer bond with him. So I think that's the case. And as we build Hoffs to Vidar and Vauli and some of these gods that are very under celebrated, I think those blessings and those relationships will grow in a really special way. And I look forward to that. All right, this is a good question. What does it mean to pull Gebo for a baby naming? It depends, and I've done this a number of times. And I'll go on some for instances, and I don't do this as with any disrespect, and I don't do it as some kind of a parlor trick. I hope that it is educational and informs people a little bit about how the process works. And this isn't the same for every child that would get this in any of these three positions. This is kind of generic, but I have, it draws on it, and I have pulled Gebo many times in baby namings, and I think intentionally so. So if I were to ask Mother Earth to bless a child with a rune, and that rune came out to be Gebo, so that would be in the first position. If I knew nothing else, I would interpret that as that child coming from a powerful union between two people, of an exchange between their mother and their father of energy to make something, to create something new and something beautiful and something special. And to advise that baby to always remember that they came from a union of love, and they came from the uniting of two really special people to make a third really special person. And I think that's what I would say on that one. If it came in the middle, I would talk, it depends specifically. If it was a boy or a girl, it'd be different. I'm going to assume it's a girl for this one. If it was a little girl and it came in the center, when I asked Mother Verdandi for a blessing, and that was the blessing given. And keep in mind, when I do baby naming, I'm asking for a blessing. I'm not asking for a objective prophecy. I want a gift, so I'm not going to interpret any of them badly. That's not the spirit a gift is given in. So if I drew it for the middle, I would say if it's a girl, that she would be known for her ability to weave frith and to build relationships and to build bonds between people and between families, and that she would know friendship and know relationships between people and between groups. And if I drew it, if it was what I received when I asked Mother Skuld for her blessings, I would interpret that as the fruits of what this little girl does in her life will yield bonds of relationship and having people there for her in times of need, just like she will be there for others in their times of need, that she will bring people together, and that great love will come from the works that she does. And I think that's how I would interpret those three in a completely generic pretend baby girl setting if I was doing a baby naming right now. And it came up 3 Gebos, which would be auspicious and spectacular indeed. Wispy Crisp. Can people of color join? No, they cannot. Allie Clausen asks, is runic magic a gendered magic like Sather is? Which way does this lean if it is? Not as hardly differentiated as Sather is. It tends to be a masculine practice. It doesn't have to be. There's not the same injunction that, like, whatever that it's butch. I don't know, whatever the not ergy, the opposite of ergy would be in a female context. But no, you don't have to wear flannel and like do that sort of, no, it doesn't have the same implications, but it does tend to be a male practice. Svan, what are your insights on that?
Yeah, magic in and of itself, firstly and foremost. I think our ancestors and culturally we see magic and prophecy as that the female spirit has the soul of women have a tendency towards auspicious views or abilities to see beyond things. Clearly, they're the threshold of life, and the children come through them, and there's a lot of power in all of this. But when we talk about runes, it's interesting. I think, like as with Sather is more uniquely feminine. When you look at the runes, and I look at the runes, and I think you should look at the runes in 2 ways. One is there is a projective force, a willful force, and there is a receptive force, but not in the sense of like internalizing. It's almost, again, like receiving a gift, receiving sight and interpretation of that sight, and being thankful for that. You're not internalizing it. You are an interpreter. So a lot of people that do, divination as a primary would be seen as more of a seeing signs and interpreting their meanings. But there is a willful projective force in the carving of tines and the carving of stavers. And I find that there are some rune practitioners who utilize the runes to either change themselves or change the energy around them, the fluctuation of the flow of life around them. They seek a willful end to a desired pathway, and they start by influencing themselves, trying to formulate that magic and that power and utilizing it in order to gain whether it's an advantage, an insight, perhaps a leverage of all of these things. And it really depends on how much you really do take stock in it. I know a lot of folks don't, but when we're talking about magical practices within our religion, there are people that would see it that way in regards to carving and placing tines in places. And one place you can really see this, the Golderbok. The Golderbok, or the accumulated sigils and signs that Dr. Stevens Flowers did, which is very much post the Viking Age. It's not even really by Viking Age, and it's highly influenced by talismanic magic, hermetic magic. And not all hermetic magic is bad. People try to say hermetic equals like Kabbalah or whatever, and I think that's more of a political angle, or they're attempting to use that with leverage. But one thing that you see is that there are runes hold over in the Golderbok, and there's the way that they're used is what I'm getting at. A lot of times the placement of carved pieces of wood really, I think, is showing the importance of tines and stavers and the application of runic sigils in places, on things with intent, whether it's over your door, whether it's on your person. Sometimes particularly they even go into like placing it within your pocket or your shoe or under your arm. It's very, very interesting read, but I think what it's really gleaning is that the willful projected force of rune power is masculine in a way, because that is what masculine energy does. It goes out, it formulates will, it creates, and it stabilizes and manufactures that which needs to be done.
So that brought something to mind. Runic magic does a couple of different things. Yes, if you are sending it out and willing it into existence and doing that, everything Svan said about the masculinity of it. If you're pulling runes or, for divination, that tends to have a neutral to feminine approach to it, because again, you're, as I've said before, you're doing it, but you're adding a lot of your own things. You're not just raw, gift, this, that. No, you're interpreting it. So it's not the same way that you're completely giving yourself up, but you're also not just projecting your will. I think it can be neutral in that regard towards the feminine. So again, I think women are best suited for Sather practice better than men are. I think that they can be well suited for divinatory rune work, and I think men are more suited for proactive or projective rune magic, if that encapsulates it a little better. Go ahead.
Oh, my teacher, he kind of divided them into the Roidhos and the Kvitahos, and the Roidhouse is the red house, is the blood house, the house of projection. And because I was a male, he immediately went to that, teaching stavers and tines, and the idea of projection. And then later on, I learned the white house, as it's called, or, of course, because it's referencing the cloth that we cast on. Mm-hmm. And so the idea of that being a little bit more passive, but again, it was because you want to, once you get a horse set, you want to teach it on the run, because that's what it's built to do, is to run. So you want to, so I would say, yes, it has that kind of masculine forefront. And I think menfolk can learn the divination side very, very well, but there is an energy interplay there.
Well, and so a different thing also comes into play here. And first, this is awesome, guys. A lot of very, very good questions that are leading Svan and I in very, I think, useful ways. I hope useful ways. We're over 2 hours in, and we're 1/3 of the runes that we've talked about, and we still got lots of questions left. So we're not ready to transition over yet. But no, thank you for the questions. One of the other things is, and this is why I feel it's kind of a neutral practice that can go either way. When you're drawing, you can go completely to a passive place where you are allowing the Nornir or the gods or other things to take possession of you to draw out runes and not add your own spin to them, just communicate what those beyond the veil have told you the runes are. That would be a much more passive or feminine approach to it. You could absolutely do that, and that's valid. That's a thing. It would come at it from a different way. What I do, like what I just did for the example a little bit ago, is kind of a mix. I'm asking for a blessing, but I'm interpreting that blessing, and I'm doing a lot of mental process to interpret that. There's kind of a difference. I don't even know what I could liken it to that would make more sense. I'm trying to think of an illusion or something. If you are an ambassador, then you have plenipotentiary powers when you're dealing with diplomacy, to where you're representing forces higher than yourself, but you have autonomy to interpret things and to make decisions that way. If you are just a messenger or the carriage that takes, royalty someplace, you're not doing those things. You're directly servicing as a conduit for information. You're not adding of your own. So I think that that's kind of a difference in there. Also, and I hope you guys can see me, Svan disappeared, but I hope that's just on my end and you guys are with me. We have a monetized question from Entropy from Chad Rice. First, thank you very much. It comes with a $5 donation. We appreciate that. Thank you for that. His question is about the upcoming Freyr's Harvest Feast. So Njord's bloat at Freyr's Harvest Feast is going to be in the water. What should we wear? And how do you both feel about the ritual being done in the lake? And then there's a follow-up question to it. Speaking of Freyr's Harvest Feast, what would you say someone going would get out of the experience? And should they wait till the last minute to buy their tickets at runestone.org? So the promoter of the event had this little tag-on question. I'll get that later, but first I'm going to answer the money question. For the $5 bills, I would say, and because Tyler's talked to me about the logistics of it, wear the best that you have that you are comfortable getting wet. And this is the nuance that I want to explain to people. Yes, it is our culture in the AFA, and we believe strongly that you show up and you try to dress your best. We like our ladies to wear dresses or skirts. We like our men to wear suits and ties, at least a button-up shirt and tie. That is the optimal situation. We don't turn anybody away if they're not dressed the way we'd like to see them dressed. We only turn people away or ask them to change if they're wearing something that is blatantly offensive. That said, it's all about time and place. Like you may have seen my pictures of last month at Sigerbloat at Sigerheim. I wanted to so bad. Whitten Cliff showed me up. He took the cake. He was the best dressed man there. He was wearing his jacket and everything else. Full, jacket, slacks, wore it the whole time.
He's a trooper.
I salute you, Cliff.
Right.
Honestly, I'm not being silly. I really am impressed. I could not. I brought the clothes I wanted to. You may have seen the pictures. I am wearing a AFA tank top and some shorts. I was literally soaked through my shirt. I was soaked through my shorts. Again, not to draw too graphic of a picture, but I wasn't going commando. So I soaked through both layers I've never done that on my shorts before. It was that humid and I was that sweat. Did the best I could. So that's a thing. We're going to go out there and stand in the water. You don't have to wear your nice slacks that are supposed to be dry cleaned and ruin your clothes to do that. There's no reason for that. If you have clothes that do well to lake water and it's okay and you're just getting them wet and you're going to throw them in the dryer, cool. That's all good. Wear whatever you would like. Again, shoes. Don't wear nice, fancy leather shoes that are going to be destroyed by going and standing out in the water. Use some discretion. The idea is to present a nice package before the gods. Don't dress obscenely. We're not doing it sky-clad. Wear what you'd like to wear. It wouldn't say it if I didn't have to say it. I've had experiences. That said, yeah, dress the best that you can for the situation, knowing that you're going to get wet. I'm not sure how deep we're going out there, but you know, if you got a tie that you're going to wet and dry, I tell you what, most of the ties I wear, if they get wet and you try to put them in a dryer or something, destroys your tie. You can't use them. So if I make it, and I'd like to make it, probably not going to wear a tie, probably going to wear a button up similar to what I'm wearing right now, but without the tie, maybe some shorts. If this gets wet, I'm going to throw it in the dryer. It's all good. That's probably what I'm going to do. And no, Svan, answer the money question. Then we'll get Tyler's perhaps self-serving follow-up question here in a second.
Well, I was going to say two things. One, I don't think that people realize too that when we do dress up, it's almost like again a betterment competition. It's for fun. It's to spurn each other on. I think if you meet anybody that looks at people, oh, they're dressed in these ties and button ups and they've got like the wrinkle in their nose, those people are kind of reflecting, I think, their own fallacy. We're not doing that. We're kind of like, oh man, I should have, or like I hear it so often amongst us where we're like, dang it. It's like we're trying to be better. It's not about pretentiousness as it is about excellence and trying.
Here's the thing, flag on the play. You can never be overdressed. If you are dressed too nice, that's their problem, not yours. Right. If you're going to look down somebody's nose because they're wearing nice clothes and you're dressed like a slob, you need to reorient how you see the world. Right. Now, I'm not saying we need to look down on people that aren't dressed fancy, but we sure don't need to take anything off of people who are dressed like a slob, going to, criticize people for dressing nice. We owe each other better than that. Don't be a crab in the bucket and try to pull everybody else down because your stuff's not there. Try to raise yourself up. And we always do that. I'm not always the best dressed person. When I'm not, I gnash my teeth at the guy that is. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to show up next time. No, I remember this. So anecdote, when we went to my first AFA event, again, I'm coming from Alaska and I'm going down to California in the middle of summer to this event. And again, I'm wearing a sleeveless shirt and some shorts. And if you can find this documented, if you look on our past event videos of Midsummer 2010, and I look like a bum. It's what I could do. I was overheating. I was whatever. But there were these guys, and Brad was one of those guys, and his kindred was there, and they were dressed nice. And I took that as like a, personal challenge. Like, all right. And I don't know if it was the next year. I don't know when I figured it out, but when I figured it out, I'd try to do it. And so, they'd save their dress clothes for maybe when they knew a bloat was imminent or whatever. And I would get dressed up before they did. And I was out there dressed up and they got caught, I guess literally and figuratively with their pants down, or at least not with their fancy pants on. And we're out there doing bloats and I was dressed up and they weren't. And they were just visually like waiting to go run up to their room and get their nice stuff on as soon as we were done with ritual. And it was a fun thing that raised all of us to try to be our best. And that's really the idea and what we're trying to do. Nobody's trying to give anybody a hard time for, if you're not able to dress fancy, but nice you dress. And again, when I say nice, so much of nice clothes that I've had on at most of these things, ties, slacks, lots of different stuff, you can get at Goodwill. It's cheaper than the jeans that most of the people that assume I'm dressed fancier than them. It's cheaper than their clothes. It's cheaper than their concert t-shirt or their jeans or whatever else. It's just a matter of taking that care of what you're dressed in. I also remember one guy that was an AFA leader that He just wanted to dress in a sleeveless and shorts all the time and whatever. And he was grumpy whenever I tried to get him dressed nice. But every time he did, he was getting compliments and he felt like $1,000,000 and his chest is out and he's strutting around and he's feeling good about himself every single time. So when we dress our best, we hold ourselves better with more confidence. We feel better about ourselves and we present a better image to the folk and to the gods. So I think that's good all around. For the rest of the question on the what are people going to get out of it? You know what? I'm going to answer the last things first. Should they wait till the last minute to buy their tickets? Absolutely. Just to stick it to Tyler and make his job that much harder for planning. On a serious note, though, for any of these events, including Freyr's Harvest Feast, it's really important whoever's hosting it to get an accurate count. And that means registering as early as you can because there's a lot of logistics involved. I don't know who out there has been involved in throwing an event for, 50 people, 100 people. But we want to make sure that we don't have way too much and waste because wasting's not right. It's not sound economics and it's also just disrespectful. We don't want to waste. But we also don't want people to be hungry. And so figuring out exactly how to do that for anybody who has hosted an event like that is always a challenge. So it's really, we're not going to turn people away at the door if they didn't, but it's really a nice thing to do for the person hosting if you register as soon as you know. So that way that planning can go into place and people can have the right logistics. Everybody can eat. I'll say this. I have been at events where I didn't get to eat because leadership eats last and we didn't plan well enough. So with that in mind, if the leaders are eating last and a whole bunch of people show up, didn't have food, I'll do it. I'll eat a peanut butter jelly sandwich while you guys are having a nice dinner, but it works out a lot better if there's plenty to go around. The other thing on what would you get out of it? This is such a hard thing to answer because a lot of the things are intangible. Some of them are quite tangible, though. First, what you're going to get out of it is you're going to see an AFA member that's doing what so many people talk about doing. He's actually building a homestead with he and his family and very close friends of his, and getting to be a part of that and see that is special. It's going to be in a beautiful part of the country that maybe some of you haven't been. It's going to be really special also. You're going to have fellowship with some great people, especially if you haven't had that and you don't get together with people in the AFA often. Maybe it's your first time going to an event and you haven't met other members of our AFA family. That is an amazing thing to experience that if you never have. You're going to get to participate with your AFA family in rituals to our gods. Not just the bloat out in the middle of the water, but other ritual. That's going to be really special as well, especially if you haven't done it. And any of you out there who have been to events, you know what you're getting out of it. We all know what we're getting out of it, and that's why I really want to be there. That's why it's already sold to the people who've been to events. But if you haven't, taking that opportunity, the other thing, and forgive me if I'm wrong here, but I'm pretty sure the McNallans are planning to be there. You get to meet Steve McNallan. Not only do you get to meet with him and have a conversation with him, but you get to stand in ritual with Steve McNallan. That is such a special thing, and it's an opportunity that you have by going to this event. And from people that went to it last year, you get a good time. You get a good event that everybody enjoyed. That's going to be great. I don't ever hear from anyone that they regret going to AFA events. What I know for myself is the first midsummer 2009, thought about going, didn't go, whatever. I'm way up in Alaska. It's down in California, whatever. Sheila did kind of what I do after our events is the slideshow thing. She did a slideshow to some music of the event. And man, I was full of regret immediately. I should have been there. I was kicking myself that I didn't. After I went to it the next year in 2010, There was some Ostaras in the South when it was just kind of a regional thing before it was a national event that I didn't make it to. But I've made it to just about every national event since then. I am addicted in the best possible way to these events with our folk. If you haven't been, you've got to. And this is a really good opportunity for you to. You have anything to add, Svan?
I would say kudos to the water. When we talk about the gifting cycles, we talk about oftentimes at Asatru bloats when we talk about giving. Oftentimes to the Esir, we see fire and wind, and to the Vanir, who are Esir now, they are one. The earth and the water. So kudos on the idea of incorporating the lake and the water. I always say if you're ever going into those, consider logistics, of course, gifting to the water, certain things, making sure that things are biodegradable and not you're not littering or things like that. Or if you're doing it by fire, consider the smoke or consider fire hazards and all of that stuff. So when we do these things logistically wise, that's really cool that there is the earth and the water, and that is deeply connected to the Vanir in a gift cycle sense. And I applaud you on that one. That's cool in a lake. That's awesome.
Yeah, it is. I'm excited about that. The next question is, where's there a good place to buy rune stones? Honestly, I don't have a good recommendation off the top of my head. Svan, do you know a good place that you can buy rune stones?
Okay, this is a interesting concept topic. I I I don't believe in buying runestones. Now, I'm going to give a caveat to that statement. I find it better if you're starting out to learn how to fashion your own runes. And there's lots of instruction on that, whether you're doing a time style or a disc style. Of course, to choosing the wood and having the intimate process from beginning to end, I think is hugely important. However, there are some mediums in which, or even gifts in which there are perhaps runes that are given as a gift on precious stones, precious metals, even precious or rare bone. And I don't think that those should be discounted. I think that what you should do is take great care in personalizing them to you. And I would, recommend certain ways. But as far as a physical purchase, a lot of times when you come to national events, you can find really, really good rune stones. I've seen them done on metal, on stone, even on leather. And they weren't blooded. There was no Galder in them. They were blank slates with just the forms. And I have to be honest, even though I normally would say, don't do that. You have to make your own from the beginning. I do find that there's occasions when you're drawn, or perhaps it's all coalescing in the web of weird, that you find these runes. And I would say the greatest thing is to consider what type of medium you're trying to work with, what type of medium you want to see. And if you can find, even if it's just pieces without the actual sigils in them, and then being able to carve them and being able to sing them and being able to color them and gift them up and follow the processes that is to bring them to you, to literally breathe life into them so that they can help you in your interpretations. Do that even if they're already preformed. Make them your own wholly and completely. But, I have found Etsy is a wonderful place because there's a lot of really interesting, folks on there, especially like a lot of the vendors from Ukraine, the Slavic folk are, really good at making stuff, and they put spirit into what they're doing. They're not just dishing out or mass producing things. A lot of these are finite things, whether it's the bag that the runes are coming in. I've seen a lot of interesting stuff, but you got to play that on your own terms. But I would recommend the first thing to do would be either by wood or by molding clay. And I think that it's important to understand that you can take runes, make them, utilize them, and then you have to know how to also um, give them up, if you will. To sometimes you will grow. I think there are powerful runes that people have had for very long times, and then there's other times when it's like these runes were here for this time, and now I know for reasons that it's time to let them go and to find a new set or to create a new set. So as far as like a tangible actual website or something, I don't have it, but
So Svan lied to you. He does have it. He said Etsy. Etsy is a really good choice. Etsy is a good place to go. I agree with everything Svan is saying, with the caveat, don't let perfect be the enemy of good. If you're too lazy and you're not going to go out and make your own set of runes, and I'm just being honest, you don't have to tell me that you're too lazy. I asked Mandy. I got plenty of stuff I'm lazy about. Yeah, get some and learn what you're doing. The best thing is to craft your own. And I'll tell you this, I am not handy. We have a lot of amazing artists in the AFA that are great at doing amazing art and craft and stuff. I'm not that guy. But I made my own set of runes way back when, and I still have them now, and they mean a lot to me. If you want to do it on rounds, nature helps you out. Branches come around.
Right.
So, you know, if you've got any kind of a powered saw, it cuts them real smooth and clean and thoop, 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 magnify by, 24 or whatever. That's easy enough. Again, I'm not handy. I had a Dremel tool, so I just made little trenches for the stuff. I went over my whole method of blooding them earlier in a previous episode. Anybody has questions, we can talk more about it, but I don't want to get graphically into that too much. But yeah, I made my own. Anybody who knows me is going to know that that's a statement saying if I can do it, anybody can do it. And they mean a lot to me. Making them yourself, going through that process, blooding them with your own blood, there's a very special thing to that. But I have, I have had occasions where I forgot mine, or I didn't have mine and somebody had a need right there and there was runes and I used them. That's fine. I didn't burst into flames. Gods don't hate me now, I hope. That's not a thing. Yeah, don't let perfect be the enemy of good. Do what you're going to do. And I'll say that a lot of people are inventive. Svan mentioned that he's seen them done on leather. We just had some, I've seen them done on shell at Njordshof. We had a lady also from Njordshof that made a donation that were, and if she's watching, I apologize. I don't know my weaving terms, but they were on fabric. They were like woven into fabric. That was really kind of cool. A lot of stuff you can do with it. I think Etsy, for any kind of crafts that way, Etsy is always a great thing. And specifically, Ukrainians do a lot of really good Asatru related work. For some AFA stuff, I actually have a Ukrainian company right now I'm talking with on Etsy. It's on my I'm one of those guys that's got a million different screens opened or whatever, tabs opened. One's open right now. I'm getting some AFA rings that we're working on made right now from a company in Ukraine. So Etsy's a good deal for that. Okay, next question. About 20 years ago, I ordered a DVD of something called The Folk by Sean Owens, some kind of documentary about Asatru in Minnesota. I just came across it after over a decade and haven't watched it since I first bought it, though that was 20 years ago. Ever heard of it? There's a follow-up that says on the back of the case, he was part of something called the Eldritch Influence, which I've also never heard of. I, too, have never heard of this group of people, nor of this DVD, but I'd be very curious of what they had 20 years ago in Minnesota that they would call the folk. Are you familiar with this in any way, Svan?
Okay, sort of. I remember the name, and I was trying to jog my memory if I knew of this person from long ago. However, I think that the DVD is in relation to perhaps the production company is connected to some odd stuff. The H.P. Lovecraft, like, I guess, writing society or something is involved with it. And that's why I think there's reference to the Eldritch things. And I don't know, again, I completely take H.P. Lovecraft's works as what they are, as, fictional horror that's interesting and sometimes even quite beautiful to read in his writing style. But I don't know if there's like people that, actually believe that the like the Necronomicon that was in the lore of H.P. Lovecraft was an actual tangible thing. And I remember hearing about it being connected to, again, that kind of, I don't know if it's like a book club or a movie production club or something in relation to H.P. Lovecraft's writing. And I wonder if they were coming at it from the idea that, an ancient religion being revitalized was just something kind of, again, spooky or I don't know, mysterious, and they wanted to showcase it. But that, outside of that, I don't know. I've never watched it. I remember someone talking about it a long time ago in relation to like a book club or something like that. So I don't know.
So you guys are awesome. We still have a bunch of questions we're going to hit. It's 2 hours and 41 minutes in. We've done Gebo. That's fine. I'm here for the duration, and I don't know. So I hear different things. Some people want these to be smaller and easily digestible. I'm that guy that I'll listen to a podcast for days. I like to have it on while I'm in the car, while I'm at the gym, while I'm doing other stuff. If I don't want to listen to Baby Shark for the millionth time, various things that happen in my life. So you're welcome to take as long as to watch these videos on replay as you want. If you guys need to go to bed, you sleep good, and you check it out when you can. But yeah, just so you know, I'm a fan of doing these until it's time and until it's done. And if it makes a 6 or 6.5, I think was our longest hour so far, is what it is. I think especially, and here's another thing to consider, especially on these ones with Svan and I that run really long, we build a synergy doing this together. I think that not only that, but our relationship with the audience, we build a synergy in there with questions. If we're all on and we're in the right frame of mind, you can't always recapture that. And so while we have it, I try to fully utilize it until it's done. So next question, was oath swearing common in other Aryan societies, such as the Romans, or is it only a Germanic tradition? I don't know much about non-Germanic societies, so excuse my ignorance. Swearing oaths to the gods more specifically. Yes, oath swearing was common amongst all Aryan peoples for the exact same reasons. You see oath swearing you see them in their cultural context. So in Norse and Germanic culture and, Anglo-Saxon culture, you see it often in a hall context, in a, feasting hall context, because that's such a common thing. You see it in Greece and Rome and the Macedonians and things of that nature a lot in a temple sense, as opposed to in a feast sense. Their feasts seem to be less ritualized and more, just celebratory. So you see it a lot as, leaders would go to a temple when they'd go places, or before they would leave their city, and they would make oaths to the god of that city, or of, perhaps that they believed as a progenitor of their family to accomplish certain deeds. A part of that I assume involves oaths, but I can't say that we have specific instance of, that I think is really special, is the spoils Optimus Maximus, the best and greatest of the spoils. And this is when a Roman general would be able to engage the leader of an enemy tribe or of an enemy army. And a Roman general believed himself to be the equal of a king of lesser people. So if you had a barbarian tribe and their chief was at war with Rome, and you were able to meet that, if you were the general and you were able to meet that chief on the battlefield and slay him, bringing in his armor to believe the Temple of Mars in Rome and presenting that on the altar. And there was only, I believe, like 4 instances of this where it counted, and I believe a 5th one that should have counted, but Emperor Augustus didn't want to share credit, so there was some kind of technicality. But that was a really special, like, contribution of fulfillment of, yeah, I went on the battlefield and I slew the leader of the enemy army. But yeah, oathing was fundamental in Aryan society and all the ones that we know about. And again, it takes the shape of the culture that it was in. Do you have anything to add on that, Svan?
Yeah, if you see the word fealty, that is almost guaranteed oathing. When you see the knights that swear fealty to their king, whether it's placing their hand upon the blade or having the king place his hand upon their shoulder, it's almost guaranteed there's a predecession of an oath of some sort that has been taken. Fealty is often a word that's used, and I think people gloss over it, thinking that one, it's interesting because it's not submission, but it is that exchange, that Gebo between the king is giving land or giving riches or giving prowess, and the warrior then gives loyalty and life oftentimes. And that fealty, that word is thrown down, but it means oathing. So
you
there's
see, you see oath. It just occurred to me in Greece, it's a little different. In Rome specifically, because their civics was so developed, you see oaths in terms of oaths of office. And I don't just mean civil office, but religious office as well. You may serve as a priest for a certain amount of time, and you would have oaths and expectations of your practice while you're in that office, be it sacrifices you have to make or a certain way you had to dress or zone you were allowed to be in. You would see that. You would see that in terms of slavery and then the abolishment of that slavery. You would have oaths to support your master, your former master, or whoever your leader of your so how it was broken down with family and tribe, again, the Latin on it is escaping me right now, but your oaths to support different candidates, you would have oaths in a much more legal sense. And also when there was trials and things before the Senate and before judges, you would also have oaths. Those things came into play in Roman society quite a bit. All right, another question. I think I've asked this question in previous episodes, but I had to log off before it was answered. This one goes to both of you. What is your favorite book written by an AFA member and why? Honestly, I am unaware of any books written by AFA members off the top of my head outside of Steve's 2 books. I have not read The Spear yet, so I've got to say Asatru and Native European Spirituality by Steve. First, I think it's good regardless. Secondly, it kind of wins by default because, as I said, I'm not sure of any other books made by current AFA members. What say you, Svan?
also the metagenetics, book/booklet, if you will, because it is a kind of just a smaller book, but I really think that's overlooked. And I think that people's comprehensions of metagenetics is, especially nowadays, is skewed, and it's really a great booklet to kind of reaffirm and recalibrate an understanding of what that means and why we are pan-European, that we are pan-Aryan is, and I kind of had a brush with somebody who had a very miscued idea of, metagenetics to the point where, it's like people from Finland can't be in the circle of metagenetics. And I was like, I don't, borders and the understanding of the migrations of our folk and where we preside and the metagenetics of how we descend from Heimdall and the generations that make the folk. They have a loss in that. So that's another one I really, really like is the pamphlet / booklet of metagenetics. That's a good one. I think people should read that more often.
So a note on metagenetics, I think it's very much ahead of its time. I think the more that we go into understanding genetic traits when it comes to behavior and preference are really playing out, that book is by far ahead of its time. Some people, so a lot of people like to nitpick over irrelevancies. Steve never claimed he was a doctor of genetics or whatever. His points are sound. People who try to criticize them with, well, actually, if you study riboflavin, and they got silly things that they say that are irrelevant to the point that he makes. It was not written as a scientific textbook. It was written to express truth, and it does that very well. And the more we learn about that particular field of science, the more it proves that out over time.
I remember long ago people gnashing their teeth and clawing their faces out, just absolutely saying it's such an evil notion. And then, like, just recently, science is like, well, it's kind of true. It's like, eat crow.
All right. So the next question, could sacrificing be giving up something we think we might need or we really want, but we don't really need, and giving it up shows dedication and that we are willing to give it up? Yes, there is profound symbolism in sacrifice in that sense of the word. But I think it is important to put that in its context. Self-harm or destruction of something that you like demonstrates a level of seriousness. That's true. And of commitment. That's true. But that is something you are doing of a testament of will more than it's a requirement or a... So when you sacrifice, okay, this is a difference between Jewish sacrifice and ancient Jewish sacrifice and Aryan sacrifice. And I believe if I'm off on this, I'm kind of embarrassed. Was it Abraham that was supposed to sacrifice Isaac, or was it Igris? Okay, cool. There was a point of you need to destroy the thing that is most precious to you to honor Jehovah by your willingness to part with things that are valuable to you, with something that is going to harm you to do, but you need to show your willingness as part of your obedience. That was part of that story. And to be fair, in the end, Jehovah supplied him with a lamb to sacrifice instead of his firstborn son and made it all good once he showed that he was willing to do that. That is a very different way of looking at sacrifice. And I think it's where some of our modern confusion comes from. A Jarl or a Thane or someone who was important would have a herd. yes, you would sacrifice your best animal, but you weren't like starving your family to sacrifice the only animal you guys had because you have to, because our gods demand that you be willing to hurt yourself for them. That's not the same concept. What does happen in traditional Germanic sacrifice of animals? And this is something I believe, and I think we get away from it a little bit with mead, but the principle applies. When you take something that is on this side of the veil, that is living, you imbue it with your might, your main, your well wishes for the gods. You imbue it with things. In an instant, when you kill it, that then it goes instantly from what you've put into it in this side of the veil, and it travels beyond the veil to the gods through the means of life and death. And I think that is what making it sacred means in that context. It's not so much a need to give up or to, I'm going to cut off my foot to honor the gods. That is a grand gesture. And on one level, the seriousness of that is appreciated, I'm sure. But great, now the gods got one of their soldiers got no foot. Yay! It makes you less effective for the gods. Breaking stuff just to break it doesn't help the gods. It may mean something of you. Sacrificing something that you do that's a vice might be good all around. But again, it's about you. That's not about the gods. You giving up, if you love alcohol, giving up alcohol for the gods it's a special gesture. The gesture has value, and I don't take away from that. But the gods don't care whether you drink or not. If you're a drunk and you abuse your family, then sure, they care about that. But again, that's you correcting an action of yours, not you giving them something. Your gift of not beating your family when you're drunk is not a gift to the gods. It's you fixing your behavior, and maybe you fixing and justifying something that you're doing. The gods don't need that. You're not making something sacred by doing that. You're correcting a problem, or you're showing your commitment and your seriousness to something. Like if you're like, hey, Matt, I'm going to take this oath to you, but you know what? I'm going to make a blood oath, and you cut yourself. That may mean a lot to me. That's shocking and like, wow, okay, this guy's serious. But it's not something I'd ask of you. That's not part of the gift cycle. It's not, I don't get something from you doing that. It is a powerful gesture on your part. And so, to be fair on that, in an Indo-European sense, one of the really powerful gestures that did garner favor of gods was the idea of the devotio that Roman generals would do. If they were losing and everything was all going bad, as a sacrifice to Mars and a last-ditch, with all his might, plea for victory, a general would ride out in the thick of the battle and just, for lack of a better term, go berserk on the enemy in the heat of the battlefield at the thickest part, thus offering themselves as a sacrifice to the god of war for victory. And that was a thing. So, I mean, it's not what I'm not criticizing or saying what you're talking about is very off base, but I'm saying it's very different than the idea of an animal sacrifice or something else that way, or a bog offering, or any of the other things we think of as sacrifices traditionally. Our next question: could Freya having the dwarves make Brisingamen? Again, I skipped a bunch of these questions and went way forward earlier because the monetary question threw me off. Could Freya having the dwarves make Brisingamen by spiritual internal practices, using different aspects of herself to empower her with a higher level of ellipses, Jungian individuation, or an ancient shamanic equivalent? Do you see any overlap there, Svan, or any correlation there?
Yes, and I was thinking kind of along with what this question and what you were saying before. When you give up something of yourself, whether in this case, let's say the countenance of being with or the wholeness or the countenance of wholeness that is the self, and in enveloping or taking in these powers, there is a sacrifice that is made in order to become to threshold higher, very much similar to again uh, the sacrifice Odin upon Yggdrasil in heaven in order to attain that which is understood as being the building blocks of things. Yes, that kind of sacrifice, and I think we're still on Gebo, and in reality, when we're talking about gifts, we are talking also about sacrifice, because sacrifices are gifts.
You know what?
Whether
Gebo, of all the runes that we've done, it's been the most simple to explain, but we're 3 hours in expanding on it. And I don't think any of that's wrong or any of that's wasted time. I think it's that important of a rune. Go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, yeah, and that's where I think ultimately, whether you're talking about sacrificing something that you do, sacrificing something that you are, sacrificing the countenance of your wholeness in order to bring in elements that will elevate you later, oftentimes at a disadvantage, maybe in renown or in perception of others, things like that. There is something that must be understood is, and you kind of hit on it earlier, and it kind of struck a chord in me, is, let's say if you have to trial through something that is beneath you, or you have to enact in through a trialed state, or if you have to give something up, or not have to, but want to give something up, the ultimate question then is, does what remains of you is it more sacred? If you give up something, you're giving up something perhaps out of a function, but the bigger question is what remains after you give that up? Is that more sacred? Do you gain a better understanding, a greater might, a greater renown, perhaps a victory? All of these things have to be asked to you. If you're going to sacrifice something, you're not making that sacred. It's what remains after you remove it. Are you more sacred from that severance, if you will? So if you give up something that is a folly, and it's a problem or something like that, like say for instance, if we're talking about health, or we're talking about clarity of mind, perhaps like with like you had said earlier about drinking, the idea is, if all of those things, the gods don't demand that of you, but after you give it up, are you more sacred? Are you more in the realm of clarity? Do you have a better connection to the gods, or to the ancestors, or just to weird and to might itself? You don't know. That's the other caveat of it is that you give it up with the hopes of attaining the higher self. And so your intention should be that when you give up, or when you displace, or whether you break the countenance of yourself in a way that you're going in your life, and you change it greatly, the whole intention is to become more sacred after the process.
And again, I started it with this, and I'll finish my part on sacrifice with this. The word does a disservice. In modern English, it absolutely means to give something up. It's hard to even express these ideas without using the term in a way that it didn't originally mean. Sacrifice in the sense of making something holy is not the same as cost. There are things that come with a cost, and you have to be willing to pay the cost to get them. That's not the same as the gift cycle and sacrifice in that sense. That's very different. Tyr wasn't like, hey, I'll give up my hand for you guys because I want to have the gift cycle. No, they swore an oath. Someone needed to put their hand in the wolf's mouth. Everyone else, their courage faltered. His courage was strong. He stepped forward, put his hand in the wolf's mouth. That is a testament to his willingness to pay a cost for the rest of us all to benefit from in the binding of Fenrir. So taking it upon yourself to pay a heavy cost for yourself, for the goodwill, benefit of yourself, for the benefit of others, that is a beautiful and amazing thing. I take nothing away from that. It's just different than what this started out as with Gebo talking about the gift cycle. I just wanted to clarify that. The next question, what if a person joins the AFA, but then at some point has trouble paying the monthly payments because they're tight on money at some point? That is no problem. But I want to be completely honest on this. At present, the current, lowest monthly dues payment thing that the AFA does is $10 a month. I will say this, and I believe it is true. I don't say it to be offensive. There's no one that doesn't have $10 a month for the AFA. That's not real. There are literally homeless people right now with more than $10 that if it were important enough to them, they could give to the AFA. Now, I say that in the United States. There are other countries in the world where things are very different, and maybe that's not the case. There's nobody that doesn't have $10. Secondly, we extend people on their $10 memberships all of the time. We never, I'm not going to lie, we need money. That's how we have Hofs. That's how we have Sigerheim. That's how we hold these events. That's how we do things. It is a currency of value, of time, of stuff, and it makes things work. It's real. That's honest. Truth is one of our values. But it's not about that. That facilitates this that we do, but it's about commitment. Usually if somebody's cut because they stop paying, it's because they stop paying and we can't get a hold of them and they express no interest in continuing. We'll extend people all day long. We don't, not that hard up for $10. We want people that are committed to what we do. And we found if there's no cost, first, we can't do anything. We have no funds to operate with. But secondly, if it's free, people don't value it. If there is a cost to it, then they do treat it as something that has a value to it. But the other thing, and the answer to your question, the bigger answer to the question, is the Hoftoller. The idea of the Hoftoller is percentage-based giving. But wait, that's like the Christian tithe. Yes, it's exactly like the Christian tithe, except for we're not asking for 10%. I'd love if you could do 10. We're asking for at least 1. It's why they have nice things, and it's why I don't want our kids to have the high celebrations of our gods in camp chairs with a rotisserie chicken. That just is what it is. Now, here's the thing on the Hoftoller, though, to your question, if somebody runs in hard times, it's 1% or more of your income. And if you are Bill Gates, that's awesome. We all do amazing because we're getting buckets of ducats because you're doing so well. If you're not, if you're dead broke and you're making 0, it's 1% of 0 because that's what we'll take. That's fine. It's not about that. It's never been about that. It's not going to be about that. Do we want money? Yes. Do I ask for donations all the time? Yes. Do we, have to make money on membership? Absolutely. It's how we do nice things. But do I ever want money to be a reason for any of our folk not to be connected to our AFA family or connected to our gods? No, never. I never want that. I never have. I never will. That's not a thing. I promise you that. How does one become a Witan? Do you have to be a Gothi first? Kind of like how you become a Gothi. you need to be a folk builder first. Yes, exactly like that. Except for the difference is being a Witan is a real limited number of people. It's a small people that are basically my personal advisory council of people to run the AFA with me and to help advise me on AFA decisions. In order to be on the Witan, you absolutely have to be a Gothi first. But we intentionally try to keep the Witan small. So everybody who is an amazing Gothi isn't going to be a Witan. There's just not positions available. Excuse me, as we grow, there will be more positions on there. You may have seen, but we just expanded the Witan over the summer to include Witan Daniel Young. There are other people right now. If all of a sudden our membership quadrupled and we needed to add a couple of new Witan members, there's people that I would add that are worthy of it. But it's a much smaller. Again, we don't need as many, and it's not just if you're the best Gothi you can be, you automatically make it to the Witan. It depends on if there's a position open and how that works. But yeah, the Witan are chosen from amongst our very best Gothar. Okay, what is the punishment for oath breaking, and what is one supposed to do if they break an oath? Ooh. Try to fix it. With anything you break, try to fix it. Can't go back in time. You can't undo things that you've done, but you can try to make things that you've broken whole. And that is the entire premise of Aryan justice. It's not we need to lock somebody up and punish them. It's that we need to restore, and this is also a good question on Gebo. We need to restore that equilibrium. If you've taken from someone and diminished them, restoring them and making up on top of that for any damage that they've incurred during that time since you did it, that's the closest we get towards justice, is trying to make whole what you broke. Now, here's the problem with oaths in today's world. In the world of our ancestors, oaths meant a lot because there was a social element to it that was, first, there's cosmic implications to oaths, to breaking them, and to keeping them. You're not always going to see those as direct correlations and feel them. I believe that your weird suffers if you are breaking oaths and you are an oath breaker. You're going to have a disproportionate amount of unsuccessful things happen in your life. Maybe you think that's random. Maybe you think whatever you think. I think that's because there are divine implications to your oath breaking. But in a tangible sense, what's hard, people nowadays treat oaths as completely disposable. You can just break your oaths as much as you want, and society as a whole doesn't care. Unless you are under oath and you lie in a courtroom, there are very few examples in our world of, maybe if you lie to a police officer, but very few examples to where oaths count for much. And that's sad to say. In our ancestors' time, we would all shun you if you broke oaths. If you were known as someone who broke his oath, we wouldn't want to have anything to do with you, and you'd be an outcast. And when you went to the next town over, they'd be like, oh, Bill from over, 3 Mountain. You're that dude that broke his oaths. No, get out of here. You get to stepping before I change my mind. Like, that would follow you. And it would hurt you socially in a tangible way. Wait, hold on. You want to marry my daughter? Aren't you that guy that broke that oath about 15 years back? I think you are. No, get out of here. There was a lot of social implications to your keeping or breaking of your oath. Unfortunately, we don't have those anymore. Even folk who thump their chest the loudest about honor, no, you just need to make up a halfway plausible excuse that makes it okay for you to break your oath, and then it's all good. We're trying to change that as a culture, but we're not there yet. Unfortunately, there's very little in our world that enforces oaths. Now, one thing, and I think there's implications on this, also it has to do with Gebo. Marriage in the AFA. Our Gothar do not perform weddings that are not legally binding. The reason for that isn't because we believe this, the state that you live in or the United States of America is the authority over your wedding. But the point is that wedding's real and there's consequence. You can't just abandon it. You can't just break your oaths. There's economic and just a bunch of hassle to get out of it to where it makes it real. When you have playground weddings to where, you just go before homeboy and they say you're married. And, yeah, I'm married. You're only married until you decide you don't want to be. And that's, one of our attempts to make oaths mean more is not to perform that particular thing until there's some consequence to it. Other oaths, it's a little bit trickier, but we're trying all the time to make sure those mean more. And we've got some different options we've talked with our law speaker about to reconcile people once they've broken oaths to try to restore and fix things that have been damaged because of that.
I did want to say too, a concept culturally internalized when you make an oath. One of the big things, let's say, for instance, if you make an oath, let's talk about, say, something maybe personal, but it applies also to oaths that you make within culture, within society, to the gods, to your ancestors, is that if you hold to your oath, your might, your virility, and your power, grows, and that is again it affects your soul, it affects your hammer, and it affects your haminya. And if you go against that, then much like a needle to a water skin, it slowly drains out of you if you do not uphold. Not saying that you can't rectify and stop up the hole, but again, there is a cultural significance of understanding that if I hold to my oaths, I build my might. If I don't, or if I fall, or if I outright go against, this causes travesty, it causes ill luck, it causes many bad things. So the first deferment of if the accusation is leveled at you that you are going against your oath, the first thing should be to seek mediation in order to make sure that everything is done well so that it can either be stopped or it can be denied and refuted, and then things can be figured out, and then you're back to good culturally and everyone's happy. These things are important, and I think one of the things, one of the big steps that we need to take to internalizing oath building is about that contractual value in the self, because our society is deeply individualistic, and if we don't think of the gods as watching us, if we don't think of the gods as actually looking down into the well and marking us, marking down our deeds or even our follies, if we don't take our oaths seriously, that causes that ripple of.
I want to make a point on asking to be relieved of oaths. You can have oaths be mutually dissolved by the parties consenting, dissolve them. But the point of your oath is that you don't do that. The purpose of your oath is that you stick it out through hard times. You don't need an oath for when everybody's getting along and everybody's in agreement. There's no purpose to it at that point. An oath is to restrict you from breaking when there's hard times, or from reneging when it's no longer beneficial to you. If you take an oath and we're all good and everything's great, you sticking to your oath doesn't matter. We didn't need an oath. We only need an oath to where I know that you still have my back and I still have yours when we're in a point of disagreement, or when there's a conflict, or when we don't like each other, or when those things are what matters. If your first recourse, as soon as there's something you don't like, I want out. Hey, can I please be released of my oath? That spits on the oath. That's not the point. I think that's important for folks to think about. Would the AFA consider having a day of remembrance for Ragnar Lothbrok? I understand it's a bit cliche, but he is a very famous Viking, and I'm surprised there is not a day for him. He is a famous Viking. He's not a famous Asatru. Oh, he is an Asatru who is famous, but his fame is for his being a Viking, which is an occupation of raiding and, conquering land and raiding and bringing home booty, not of worshiping the gods. We, as a church, do our days of remembrance based on heroes of the faith, not people who do good stuff who happen to be Asatru, but whose commitment to our gods is the defining. That's the reason that we're remembering these people. So I don't, and again, a case might be made. I don't claim to be an expert on all elements of Ragnar's life, but the case, him being a famous Viking, doesn't matter. Him doing something great for our faith and for our gods, him sacrificing, again, see, I use the word in a modern sense because it's just there. Him suffering for the sake of our gods, him doing something in their honor would earn him that more so than his fame at plundering stuff. And, that's a commonality, and I think it's really important. And that's not always something that we had. That's something that we've been found important to refine. Michael Jordan isn't a Christian saint, though he happens to be a Christian who did something else unrelated that's really good. He's a really good basketball player. Right. That doesn't earn him sainthood, because none of that has anything to do with his faith. It just means he's awesome at basketball. That's why he's in the Basketball Hall of Fame and not a saint. Ragnar is certainly famous and awesome and fantastic and an amazing warrior, an amazing Viking. His laughing his death song as he dies in agony in the snake pit is inspirational to all of us, taking nothing away. But these aren't secular heroes. These are religious heroes that our church is honoring with that status because of their devotion to our gods and our faith.
And it might be worth noting there is that divergence there that you just set with Egil Skallagrimsson and Ragnar. Ragnar is a warrior, but Egil is a poet and had actually devoted much of his skaldic power and his interactions so uniquely with the religious aspect of Asatru that it became synonymous with him, that he was a man of Odin and he exuded it, but he also spoke of it and constructed poetry in a way, expressing religiosity through there. And I can understand how people might like, well, why Egil but not Ragnar? And
because he was a rune master devoted to Odin, who also was a really cool Viking.
Right, exactly. And that's I wanted to clarify that if there was
you can do both. You can absolutely do both. But the thing that elevates you to the status of hero of the Asatru Folk Assembly that we honor with a day of remembrance is your devotion to the faith, not your secular actions. Those are super important. Those are awesome. We can absolutely celebrate you and raise a horn to you. And you are a hero in many other senses, but not in our church's day of remembrance. That reminds me, I need to donate to a Hoff. Question: which Hoff needs the most money? I'll give some. First, thank you very much. That means a lot. It's appreciated wherever it goes, not just by the AFA, but I believe by the God whose Hoff it is. Thank you for wanting to do that. So all of our Hoffs are contenders in different ways and have different needs. And to be completely honest, we're always going to raise whatever standard of the Hoff to the money we have available. We're going to make, if we got enough, we'll coat it in gold and we'll, do. So that's never ending and not really a fair assessment of your question. What I'm going to have to say is that Njordshof needs your money more than the other Hoffs due to the fact that it's not paid off yet. So we own the other Hoffs. They belong to the Asatru Folk Assembly. They're inassailably ours. Njordshof still has a loan out for it. It's ours. We're secured. It's not a loan through the bank. It's not going to be repossessed or anything. But we don't own it outright yet because that loan is still in place. So I would say Njordshof is in the most need right now. Svan, do you concur?
100% in relation to I have bias because I'm centered out of Thorshof, but no, I'm 100% Njordshof. Njordshof again is we have debt, and the debt of that to pay it off is higher. To be free of that is number one, because that gives us the autonomy to then fix and applicate as we need it. So I 100% concur.
Absolutely. All right. So 3 hours and 26 minutes in. Svan.
Rune number 2.
Will you speak to these people about the rune Wunjo?
Wunjo. Yes, Wunjo. Wunjo is the rune of joy, the rune of happiness, the rune of ecstaticism, the rune of elevated mind, elevated soul, elevated everything. It's an interesting rune that's at the end of the first Ether. The Ether is a family. There are 3 families of runes, making 24 because they consist of 8. And this is the 8th rune. And this rune is, I think, in the grand story of everything, is again the contractual equilibrium of cosmic order, natural law coming together in alignment, making and conjoining in the center. Now there is this elevation, this heaven has taken its seat. It has been borne up, it has been beset, and it is now that the gods are in the place above, and there is the place in the middle, the time. That place is encapsulated. It is encapsulated by Niflheim and Muspelheim and Vanaheim and Jotunheim and Nidavellir underneath. And the place below, even further down and away from time, is now set. Everything is now kind of taken stage, and the gods celebrate. It is the golden age, if you will. It's kind of referenced, in the Volaspau and in the Gylfaginning, as the time in which the gods fashioned greatness. And they built this, in the story. I think that it would be like, say, for instance, before prose, it would be understood that this was a great and joyous time when heaven and earth and all things come into alignment and it is good. I think that poetically it formulated itself, especially during the Nordic age and post Viking or Nordic age, when it was, written down as to equivalency of building the halls and fashioning gold and having tools and implements. Idavol is created in heaven. Idavol is seen, not created, it is seen, and Ausgarður is created. Ausgarð is the encapsulation of the gods. It's where they reside. So one of the things that I really hold to this rune is elevation of purpose, the gods in coming into alignment with Ausgarð in heaven, being fashioned, refashioned, reconstituted. The walls are rebuilt. The gods are now functioning together. They're not dilapidated in a polaric sense. Everything is moving forward, and this is the time of of anointment. So I often associate this rune with anointment, and I oftentimes, with the runic symbol itself, kind of take this as to the higher mind, the placement upon the head of the crown, or the spiritual enlightenment of growth. It is a time of contentment. It is a time of great joy. So whenever this rune comes up, if we're talking about in a divinatory sense, the rune itself is always kind of seen as a joyous rune. It's one of those runes that is not seen as terrible. It's some runes have a kind of an exuding sense to that. We'll get to in the next rune. But in this rune, I would say, like, when we're determining, it is even hard when it is a merc stav, when there are other runes around it that determine its kind of correlation to a divination topic. Even still, it is very hard to trounce this rune in murkiness, in darkness, or to taint it with any sort of negativity. This rune just ultimately means, it's kind of like, in its negative sense, is a warning against being lost in the joyousness. It's the keeping focus on what you're doing, and ultimately what attained that victory, that joy. Hold on to it, keep it, and project it forward. Don't get lost, and don't rest on your laurels. Don't get too deep in the mead of in celebration and get soft around the edges. I think that's the most negative kind of aspect of it. Otherwise, it is a time for celebration. It's a time to experience the joy, to carve the memories in your mind of happiness. And so this symbol is often associated with, like, say, a pennant flag. And I enjoy, especially when it comes to like midsummer, pennant flags strung on strings with the triangular, shape, or being held aloft on a pole, is certainly the imagery that you could place to this rune. And so the idea of its meaning in the Elder Futhark, it is called Wunjo. In Anglo-Saxon, it's called Wyn, Wynn, and it's been translated to joy. Sometimes it could be kind of, you can etymologically, looking at words like the word winning or wishing, are also kind of sourced in the same field of the either the attempt of at attaining joy, or attaining joy through victory, through hard work, and or harvest, or things like that. So Wunjo is the joy rune, and it's one of the runes, I think, that it's simple in its upfrontness, but there is a deeper layer to it when we start to talk about ecstaticism amongst our ancestors when it came in relation to, say, prayer, fervor in battle, fervor in poetry. And again, I think a lot of people that are not folk, or people that are of a different branch, they're always kind of perplexed at the combination of that we have of kingship, war, death, and poetry, especially in relation to Lorothin, is that always seems to have kind of an odd, like, really, how does that work? And it all plays out in Wunjo. Joy is good, completion is good, ascendancy, the attainment. But it's always kind of like at the caveat or the warning of never getting so far over that you become degenerative to the task that you were that helped you attain the victory, and to not kind of get disillusioned or addicted to just the simple happiness of it. So it does kind of have that air of warning. Don't go down that road, because you could end up losing yourself and then dropping back further than what it took you to get there. And again, divination wise, this rune is always kind of seen as perhaps a favorable outcome. It could also come up sometimes as a source of, perhaps in the in the source of things, in the earth, in the origin, when it comes up, it could denote that when you did lose yourself into things, or that the good time of it is over, and now you have to either refocus yourself on your task, or something happened and it's starting to degrade, and that's what brought you to the questioning to begin with. Sometimes you have to be aware of a false happiness too. So it again, internalizing and addressing the true nature of the situation is a huge part of Wunjo, is taking the joy, but assessing that level of happiness, and perhaps what it means to again, move forward or move to the next step, to move to the next platform, if you will. But yes, this rune is the joy rune. And I've, so when we talk about movement, we talk about, Gebo is internalized, it's centered, it's the equilibrium, the upper, the lower, all directions coming in. Wunjo is then that lifting up, that placing on high, holding the trophy, holding the horn, holding the torch. It's that pure, exhilarating joy of standing on the precipice of victory, and considering what it took you to get there, and ultimately how you define that happiness and where you will go from there. And so I've always definitely I've taken this rune, standing on that precipice, holding the flag, waving it back and forth, and that exhilarant joy of triumph, and just exuberance, sheer exuberance.
Yeah, Wunjo, it's one of my favorite runes. Like you said, it's simple. I don't think we have the mass of commentary on it we necessarily do with some of the others. But it's nice, and I think that we don't very often in Asatru we focus a lot on doing. And as somebody who's doing oriented, we constantly are looking for problems because we can fix them. We're looking for something to do, to build, to achieve. And the most efficient thing to do for that is you look for weaknesses, you look for problems, you look for things that are broken so that you can throw yourself into the mix on fixing them. I know that that's something that I struggle with a lot. I see negative stuff like all the time because it's my job to make sure everything doesn't fall down around us. I've got to make sure that everything's working well. So I'm looking for things that don't work. But we have to be really careful that that doesn't blind us to all the amazing and beautiful things around us. And there's so much of that within our AFA. I use Wunjo a lot. One of the most frequent things that I do with runes is I Galder at the beginning of ritual. And I Galder to harmonize and to unite our Folkurian ritual into a way of thinking or a focus. And I use Wunjo for that a lot because we have so much to be happy about and so much to celebrate and so much to be joyful of. And often people come in and are grim and have, all kind of stuff that they're grumpy about. We all do that. But focusing on things that we love and things that we're happy about and the joy in our life is extremely important. And particularly at this time, it's really important to draw attention to it. Shouldn't be that way. Shouldn't be that way. We should be focused on joy a lot. But one of the part of living in the wolf age is needing to recalibrate to that sometimes. One of the things with the picture of Wunjo, with the bind rune of Wunjo, Wunjo contains the rune Laguz. and it has helped me early on, and it stays with me now, is the idea of joy washing over you like a wave. The liquid involved in it, like when you're overjoyed and you blush and the blood rushes to your skin, the idea of just being washed over with a wave of joy. That's always stood out to me, and been something that's helped me internalize this rune. So no, Wunjo is one of my favorites. It is easier to digest than some others. It's also not represented in the Armanen runes. I believe we have one rune poem mention in the Anglo-Saxon runes.
Yes.
Who uses it knows no pain, sorrow, nor anxiety, and he himself has prosperity and bliss, and also enough shelter. Yeah, I don't know if you have a different version. They're all slightly different, but it's straightforward in joy is good.
Yes.
And it sounds dumb, but I don't know. That's basically the rune poem is joy is awesome. It means you're not homeless and you're not. What I do think is important is it's an absence of want of those basic needs of life. Like it's hard to embrace joy if you don't have shelter. If you're sleeping out in the rain and you're homeless and you don't have those things, it's hard to feel this. So joy as a caveat to it often means having your most basic needs met. And that's kind of what I get out of that that's particularly valuable to me.
I saw Wunjo. I was gonna say I saw Wunjo in the what is it, the poolside picture of Baldur's Hof, or I just saw arm in arm, shoulder to shoulder, happy faces, and it was like Wunjo. That's just that sliver of a drop of a moment of happiness, and everyone's smiling and joking and laughing, and it can be gone in a moment because of schedules and flights and or deadlines and logistics and all that stuff. But for a brief moment, boom, it's right there. And it's like, yes, just worth it.
So our next two questions, the one answers the other. Wunjo, frith? Can it mean frith and the healthy maintenance of a tribe and community? Yes, you can certainly have joy out of that. The rune that more aptly personifies that is Manaz. Manaz is, boiled down to man is the joy of man. It's getting joy from our relationships with friends, with our community, with one another. Also one that I like to use a lot to open rituals with, which goes to Daniel Young's next question. Witan Herul, would you agree that Manaz is a representation of the joy shared between friends, as in man is the joy of man? Manaz looks like two Wunjos facing each other.
Yes.
Comment on that.
Yeah, madre man skaman. Man is the joy of man, and friendship and kinship is the key. I would say one thing to note between the two, Wunjo is like a culmination, and I think in relation to perhaps as the gods coming to alignment, there's a culmination sense, whereas Manaz is joy through maintenance. The idea of the cycle, the idea of the unilateral friendship and backing of each other, the security in that. So like the Frith is about security in the fence, the garth, whereas Wunjo is like almost like a culmination of all elements, whether it's the sacrifices that were made, the hard times that were experienced by some or by all, and ultimately kind of the celebration of that. So yeah, it's the joy, but also I feel like there's in the symbology of manas, the way it is there's a maintenance of joy between the two sides, the two polarics.
So the maintenance between the two, which makes it relevant to today's discussion, is Gebo. If you take two Isas and you put Gebo in betwixt them, that is Manas. And it is that exchange. If you just, with your finger tracing it, do those two, that, the Gebo part, the two Wunjos facing each other, just doing that figure eight, it's that exchange back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And I realize now what I'm doing with my finger is off camera, and now I feel silly doing it. But yeah, well, no, but seriously, that Dagaz is a rune like that. If you cut off the legs of Manaz, it makes the Dagaz, and it's an equilibrium between day and night. Gebo's very much like that with that Manaz. Dagaz makes basically an infinity symbol. It's that constant cyclical exchange. And Gebo is very much that. I think this is all very apropos to our discussion tonight. But Manaz is more of joy in a context of relationship between people and between community, whereas Wunjo is more of a standalone joy of things being good in your life.
Yeah.
Svan, can you tell the people about Hagalaz?
We jump into that one. Yeah, okay. All right.
We're with the questions. I'm not in charge of these questions. We only had 2 on this last one. I think they burnt themselves out with the 3 hours of previous questions.
With Gebo.
That's fair enough.
So, Hael, Hagalaz. Hagalaz, of course, is the reconstructed. This image, interestingly enough, we know very clearly that this is the eldest image of this rune, because of stone and carvings of the Elder Futhark and also the Gothic alphabet. This is the 9th rune, which has certain portents, obviously. But what I've always or let's go basic first. It is the hail rune. It is the rune of hail, and hail is seen as intrinsic offensive forces that stop your progress or stop your movement or create calamity, or at least I wouldn't say maybe not just calamity, but create crisis, if you will. Crisis does come to us, and in a lot of ways, hail is a great example of that, because it's not necessarily something contrived through conspiracy. It's seen at, or that it's manufactured. It is just crisis at the most primal level. Is that sometimes you receive resistance in order to make growth, and that is the overall theme. Every time you hear about Hagalaz being described, it is the grain of ice that pelts the fields, that crushes the harvest. It's seen as like this destructive force that comes in and ultimately leaves with this kernel of water or potential to re-soothe and regrow. And that could be taken as a positive mindset. It could also be, taken again as that, you're always going to be faced with some sort of strife, and that you need to reevaluate. And it's so interesting because it's juxtaposed right after Wunjo. So it's like joy and then crisis. I think it's worth noting, though, and I believe this in the overall tale of the runes and epoch mythos, is that this is the coming, and it's mentioned in the Volusvow that at this point, after the joy of the gods and after everything is made in alignment, there is an event that ultimately is laid down at the feet of the gods, and that is the arrival of the Nornir. the Norns show up and they say, your Gilded Age is good, but there are things that have been done and set into motion, and now we are a part of this, and we will be a part of this. We will. They end up joining in the realm of the gods, coming to the tree in heaven, and the pool that is there is they are the threshold keepers of that well and of that water, where the gods take counsel and view the middle place, the place of time, the place of coalescence of weird, and it originates from them. And so I've always taken this to be the first of the Nornir runes. In relation to the next series, we'll be expounding on this, is Hagalaz, Nauthiz, and Isa as being kind of symbolic of the three Nornir and what they ultimately represent. When it comes to Urdur and it comes to the source of things, I think one of the things that it's stating is that there are outside elements that affect us. It doesn't always. It's not an equal transaction that all bad things happen because of your deeds. Sometimes there's other actions in the world around us that lead us to have to face trials, that have to face crisis. And it is how we, it spurns need, and it's how we learn from the gods, that despite this is laid down before them, they have to now negotiate it. They have to overcome it. They have to meet their fate and rise above and achieve victory. And that starts first with having the crisis happen. So when this rune comes up, I think a lot of people, rightly so, see it as, oh, this is, in a divination sense, this is going to be a trial. This is going to be something where in the midst of it, you might not be looking at this as being good at all in any way, shape, or form. It could be breakdown, arguments. It could be dissipation. And ultimately, though, it leaves the seeds to regrow and to reform. So after that dissipation, even though it's terrible at the time, you might be actually clearing away the dross, and that the new growth that will come from the field that's been pelted by hail is going to renew itself and be even stronger and even more. And so it's in essence, it's a rune that combines will and fate. The crisis of things that sometimes we can't see the origin of, and our willfulness to overcome it. I think that's a big part of this rune, Hagalaz. And it's the rune that when we go back in the Younger Futhark, Gebo and Wunjo are taken out, but Hagalaz remains, and so it restarts again. This rune has 3 rune poems, because the Anglo-Saxon follows the elder Vatstena Brekte style, and the younger has, been changed or modified or morphed.
Nick, do you have an image of the snowflake Hagalaz or Hagalaz? If you do, cool. If you don't, it's one of the a lot of the runes have variations that are really subtle. This is one of the ones that's more dramatic. There's very little relation between the two staves. Snowflake one's cooler. I like it better. So, okay, I've got some thoughts on this, but I think before we do that, we should read the rune poems. And the Anglo-Saxon being the oldest, hail is the whitest of grain. It is whirled from the vault of heaven and is tossed about by the gusts of wind, and then it melts into water. The Old Icelandic, hail is cold grain and shower of sleet and sickness of serpents. And then the Old Norwegian, hail is the coldest of grain. Christ created the world of old.
Ooh, yeah. That throws a lot of people off.
Um, yeah, again, yay, Nick threw up the graphic.
He threw all three of them.
Yeah, there's the 2-bar Hagalaz, and then there's the snowflake Hagalaz. One of the things that's cool, all right, so first, those rune poems, as Svan has said before, but for those of you that maybe haven't listened to the previous episodes, the Anglo-Saxon rune poem is actually the oldest, and it reflects much more of a Asatru interpretation of the runes, whereas past the Christian conversion, they stayed as letters, but the esoterics changed. The Icelandic and the Old Norse is much more A is for alligator than it is teaching an esoteric lesson of the runes. And I also want to throw in, and I think this is really important, and this is the reason that I like the snowflake Hagalaz better. In Meister von List's Armanen runes, it is associated with the 7th of Odin's rune songs. A 7th I know. If I see a hall high or the bench mates blazing, flame it ne'er so fiercely, I can still save it. I know how to sing that song. One of the attributes of Hagalaz, and we see it come through in the snowflake version, is potential of various potency. So we see an image, and often you'll see this connected on the outside. If you can imagine drawing a line from each of the points on that Hagalaz, making a hexagram, I guess. It's the idea of a seed rune, and you see this idea of seed and grain in the rune poems. There is a juxtaposition within this rune of storm and chaos and ability to utilize that for potential of stuff, whatever you want that potential to be. The idea of just the image of the halls on fire with people in it, and the Vidki knowing the ability to stand there and to invoke, to sing this song, to quench the flames. I ran into this recently in a rune pull that I did, and it would seem, it could easily seem inauspicious, but again, I did it in a naming, so you don't bestow the gifts of bad stuff happening to you. So within that context, though you may know storms and chaos, you have the ability to see your way through it by understanding it. If you understand, again, words fail me on the exact way to do this esoterically. If you become accustomed and clear thinking when storms are upon you and when chaos is upon you, you're able to see the potentialities that it brings. The hailstorm is a potent symbol of chaos. It is chaotic, it's destructive to order and stuff that makes sense. It's all of a sudden in the middle of the summer, it's snowing, it's craziness. Like we had it out here in while back. And again, fortunately, we don't get those Texas, golf ball size hail coming down and destroying everything. We had a hailstorm, and it was the middle of summer, and Aubrey was so confused. She thought it was snow because, it's snowing in the middle of summer, and it's chaotic. We don't want to invoke chaos into our world. We don't want to embrace chaos. We don't want to celebrate chaos. But one of the, hush hush secrets of the runes is that magic is the shaping of chaos. So chaos happens and is naturally occurring. The Vitki can shape chaos to his will to build something ordered and structured out of it. One of the special things about Odin, Vili, and Ve is destroying the primal giant of chaos, and then from those parts, building and constructing the ordered world around us, our ordered existence. The idea of harnessing chaos, breaking it down, and using those component pieces to build beauty and order out of is at the very key of Asatru magical practice. It's a key for esoteric understanding of how to deal with trauma and things in your life. And it's very important for us as people in a religious sense. Every time bad things happen, we are presented with we're dealt a new hand, as it were. We're presented with a new set of opportunities. Now, if we focus on the chaos and we focus on the storm, we don't see those. If we take stock of the changed situation and the fact that the game board is completely reshuffled and rechanged, we can find the new avenues to success that are dealt to us. And all too often, we're so overwhelmed by the overstimulation of the chaos that we can't see these new pathways that are open to us for success. Ideographically, the snowflake Hagalaz teaches us all these potentials for different shapes and different runes that you can make out of it that provide different avenues for success, that provide different avenues for different outcomes. Storm and destruction reshuffle the deck for us. Doesn't matter whether you like it or whether you don't like it, it is what it is. But you can be obsessed with all the things that are lost or all the old opportunities that are closed to you, or you can be present and cognizant of the new opportunities that are open up, and you can take those. And I think that's very much at the heart of understanding this rune fully, if that made any sense.
Yeah, and the older forms, the single cross hash or the double cross hash, some people have talked about in symbology there that it's the broken stalk, the broken or crushed or bent wheat, or the stalk or the grain. Because again, in the old Norwegian, when it talks about it says, hail is the coldest grain. The word for grain in Old Norse is korn, which is like what we call corn. It just means a grain or a kernel. And so some people have speculated that it's a dilapidated or broken or shifted from a central point, and that it's cracked, and that the next rune, Isa, is its return back to its vertical state. But I like what is often referred to as the snowflake style, because yes, and that's why we chose it for the folk Futhark. I think because it was present in the younger Futhark, its presence in the Armanen Futhark. So whichever one of those two, we pulled it from with the intention of its place. And I think Dr. Stephen Flowers really places emphasis on that as well, especially when you're doing like stava work, or sometimes it's called runic yoga, which is just like the common name for it. But again, it was in his books he talks a lot about the placement of being in the central kind of cosmic kernel, if you will.
All right. So we were almost at a conclusion, but we have a question that popped up. Actually, we have two. The one's not serious, but I do think people want this, and I harass you on this on a different level. One comes from Sierra. Can Svan read a bedtime story before we log off? Yes, he can, but he's not gonna today. But Svan, those of you that may not know, Svan is an amazing storyteller. He can keep children and adults enraptured by his storytelling. Our real last question I see up, and please feel free to continue to ask questions. Nobody's in a rush here, and we would be very happy and honored to answer any questions y'all might have. But last one that I see, question: I've come to the understanding that Hegel is the destruction of the old world and the germination of the new. The new tree, Uaz, from Issa and Nauthes, or Nauth, Niflheim and Muspel. Yera equals their interaction, like in the Velospau, ice and fire. Nauth can mean need fire, right?
It has correlation symbolically as to the need fire, yes.
Yes, Nauthes roughly equals need fire, absolutely. But what do you think about the earlier part of that question?
As you're reading, this is the beauty of again, reading the transitional states of the symbols. The interesting thing about that is that the Kilverstone has Ewaz and Perthro flipped. So I'm only laying that out there because I wonder what that does to the thought process. If you're following the Vatstenabrechte, then this process is full and through, but the Kelverstone flips it. And that could add a whole nother aspect, or in correlation, the well. But yes, the creation, what you're talking about is the transformation, the breaking, the realignment, and the breaking, the need fire, realignment, and then finally culminating to the new tree. Yes, and that's an interesting point in and of itself. When the Volva says that she has lived amongst the giants, and most likely she's talking about the Hrimthurser of Niflheim. She says, I have seen this tree grow 9 times and have seen it grown before, and we'll see it grow again. She's, again, the cyclical state of the idea of the vertical axis remanifesting itself continually. That is, you could take that in a lot of different ways. You could take that as the grand arc of all things. You could take it as a repetitive thing, whether you're talking about the central axis of heaven or the central axis of the material world. Yggdrasil, Irminsul, so many of these points of that reaccessing. But again, the yew tree is a mystery in and of itself because, amongst the Norse, it was pretty clear of the ash tree as Yggdrasil. And so the yew tree becomes an interesting thing. And I think that we'll get into that in that rune, but the processes of what you're thinking is great. That is exactly what I think correlates to expanding our personal understanding of the runes as a practitioner, as a Vitki. Even the idea of correlating them together, even bind runing them together, perhaps on a stavet or a tine, in which they're all connected but laid out with the intention of understanding that story. It's interesting because, again, that interplay of movement. When we talk about Gebo is coming in, Wunjo is lifting up, and then Hagalaz is actually pressing down. It's that crushing kind of feeling of the rush of the sky, kind of demolishing that which is underneath. So again, there's a pressing down again, where we go to the ultimate heights in Wunjo, and then we go all the way down into this kind of crushing, dilapidating force. And now it comes right back down to the very present moment, Verdandi, Nauthes, and we have to cultivate again the friction, the light, the spark, and begin starting the axis again. So it's good. It's good. You're in the right frame of mind. I agree. I see your process of thought. I think that's what we need. That's what's good. As a runester, you're thinking that way.
Yeah. Yes, it doesn't. So I think you're absolutely on the right track. It doesn't have to mean the total destruction down to the roots of something, but the idea that from stuff being broken down, new stuff is built. Absolutely. And, I don't know. I always really like the imagery of after Ragnarok, of the waters receding, of the setting up the chessboard and the pieces, of the reestablishing of order after cataclysm. And yes, absolutely, from the forest fire clears the way for new growth. It's something that I learned in Alaska because my uncle worked for the Fish and Game, and he explained as far as moose habitat goes, if it's all established forest all the time, then the type of plants and the things that moose need to feed on aren't there. But it's most healthy for forest fires to happen periodically and take out large swathes of trees and things for that new growth, that undergrowth, to get a chance to grow up to feed the moose population. And I think that you see that all the time, and it goes in cycles, and it goes back to what we talked about on Gebo and some other things. Sometimes destruction happens. There's cyclical, like controlled burn kind of destructions, and then sometimes there's calamities. You can get lost in those and washed away in those, mourning for what's lost. We all do that. We all do that. I'm sure Witan Svan does that. I know I do that. It's very easy to get pulled down when there's destruction. But destruction opens the way for new growth. And if you're cognizant of it and you can master it, it has all the potential in the world for you to reshape it the way it should be. Reshape it better, build it bigger, better, stronger, learn the lessons of the past in what you're recreating and you're doing. And I think that's fundamentally important to what we do. People in the chat are plotting my demise.
What?
They're asking. No. I'm completely kidding. They're asking the process of how a new Alsherigothi is chosen, and if that needs to come from the Witan or not. The way that the AFA bylaws are written, it is my sole right and discretion to appoint my successor. That does not have to come from the Witan. Doesn't have to come from a Gothi. I suppose technically by the letter of the rules, doesn't have to come from an AFA member for that matter. Realistically, the last one obviously is silly and would not be the case. It all depends. So I will say this. It's because it is specifically one of my duties and something that I don't want to mess up. It's part of me keeping my will on file with our law speaker to where and that needs to be updated and updated regularly to where I have a front runner in mind in there just in case something should happen to me. And I hope that it doesn't. I hope that I'm here to labor your Wednesday nights well into the future. But that is something that, and this is a really important point of continuity, to ensure that that the AFA continues to grow in keeping with our core values, in keeping with our commitment, our culture, and the things we believe. It's not a free-for-all. It's not up for a vote. It's not up, for the will of the masses. It's important for each Alsharya Gothi, or I suppose conceivably Alsharya Githya, to appoint the successor, and that keeps a continuity in the relationship of our high priest to our gods, and that keeps the AFA resembling what it was meant to be and what it will continue to be into the future.
I wanted to address something that I
Sure.
see. First and foremost, I saw. Wait, where was it? Wolf Throne. Knowledge does not make a leader. Knowledge is a great component of leadership, but it is not the entirety of it. There's more, I think, and I think it's worth noting. I feel like I'm a good observer of wisdom, and I think I'm a good observer of action and character in folk, and I choose to follow Alsharya Gothi for a very, very poignant reason. And it's because I see the leadership, the culmination of deed, the integrity of action, the vision, if you will. It takes all of those things: gumption, devotion, again, the minute details of all of the things to push things forward. In a way, armchairing knowledge or just being a receptacle of knowledge, that's all well and good, but that is not the culmination of entirety of leadership. And I think that that's the reason it's worth me physically saying it out loud. I feel a good sense in my role as being an advisor and engaging in spiritual matters and discussions, but that does not a leader make.
So a quick note, and I want to address that. Secondly, I don't know how your flag keeps like zooming in and out. It's psychedelic and odd. Yeah, something happens with your camera to where it's like it zooms in and out. It's kind of cool. But when we're talking about wisdom, someone with a large measure of wisdom is Leanna McGuire in our chat room.
Saw that too.
Does not know who we are, but we are both really hot, and that is absolutely the path of wisdom. Joking aside, seriously, thank you for that. Boost my ego, makes me feel good. I appreciate you. Wolf, Svan would not be a bad choice at all. I will fight him for it if that was the case. But what you just said, I think he would be fantastic at it. So I'm with Svan on that. It's and Svan is not limited to this, though. His knowledge is, he leads really strongly with it, and he is deep in it. It's a lot more than that, though.
So much more.
No, and it is, and these are qualities that, when I'm examining choices of who to succeed me, that I think about. And this is a really good question. I don't find this uncomfortable or odd at all. I think it's a great question. Honestly, I think that knowledge is relatively low on the list. And it's like an elite list, so it's not like way down on a list. But as far as the, top handful of things, it's important. But you can learn that. You can gain that. Anyone who takes this seriously will immerse themselves in that. I think strength of character. I think devotion to the gods, but also commitment to action and to doing is really important. I would say somebody that has the right mixture of assertiveness and self-confidence, but also piety and humility before the gods is very important. Um, it would be an easy position to take advantage of or to misuse if you weren't wired that way. If it was about, if it was just about the Alsheriogothi as a person, there's many ways that you could take advantage of it or do things wrong, you know, if you're selfish with it. And it's not to downplay ambition. I think ambition is really important, but your ambition can't just be for self. It has to be for the gods and for the organization that you're leading. Um, One thing that there's two things that I'm really proud of, and there's a lot of big list. I could do this all night, and I'm not going to belabor you guys with that. But two things that I'm personally really proud of that I would very much like to see in those that succeed me down the line. Um, there is an all in, and I've described this before, but I've put my life all in with this. I've built it, I've built my life to where the symbiosis between myself and the Alsheri Gothi position, Alsheri Gothord, perhaps, is irrevocably intertwined. When people and my friends or family ask me, "Hey, Matt, how are you doing?" my answer is always, we're doing great. We had this awesome event and the AFA is doing great. We got this much members. We're doing this thing. It's always an AFA answer. It's not I'm doing fantastic. I collected a bunch of stamps or whatever people's personal hobby is. The AFA is my life, my joy. And that's not to say, obviously, there's family things. I love things with my wife and with my daughter. But they're part of this. They're part of our AFA family. They're part of what we're building together. And my personal ups and downs are linked to the AFA's ups and downs. When the AFA is struggling, when a crisis happens within the AFA, I'm struggling and a crisis happens for me. When the AFA is doing well and doing amazing and we're doing great things, I am happy and I am proud and I am overjoyed. That fully linking your life with the AFA, I think, is essential to the role as Alsheri Gothi. And the other thing is, and this is maybe a silly thing to be proud of, but I'm very proud of my ability personally to not be jaded and to still be moved to my core emotionally by things. You never want a man to lead that's like a weepy mess all the time, and I don't mean to suggest that, but the fact that I cry doing weddings and I cry doing baby namings and that I'm overcome and I get just chills and I'm blown away when metaphysical, when the gods reach out and touch you, the fact that I feel that in my core and like I feel that on my skin. I get flushed and I weep and I shake and I experience interaction with the gods on that level. I would like to see that in those that succeed me because it's something I'm very proud of, and am very thankful for that I have that.
Ryan Orion, just two things that he kind of culminated from questions from back. Yes, I understand the threshold of Hagalaz being a transitional point. The golden age of the gods ends, and now suddenly it transfers. There's also another point here that I did make, and I wanted to be clear on it. Is that yes, I was talking about the in the Kelverstone, the well comes before the tree. Most people don't know this, but it is true. The 13th rune and the 14th rune are flipped in the Kelverstone and not the Vetstana Brekte. And the current Futhark, Elder Futhark that we use now is the other way around. So it's interesting to note. Look at the Kelverstone, look it up. I'm not feeding you, but that adds an interesting layer to the dimension of the story. So yes, the well comes before the tree.
Don't come at us with your dag-ass heresy.
Oh well, I figure we'll be getting to that later on. But no, the Kelverstone does flip it where Ewaz and Perthro are flipped. Whoa, that was weird.
Was that thematic to our discussion?
But one more thing on what you were saying is it pains me if I've met people who say that they feel like I'm wise or something of that nature, but yet they somehow question if a wise person is following and pledging loyalty to something that has gravity, that should have gravity. And there is reason because I've seen it. I've physically seen it. I've been doing this for a very long time. I've seen the strangest of things, whether in runic sense or in spiritual sense. And I've seen physically very weird things. And I use that correctly in relation to our Alsariar Gothi. And there's like photographic evidence. So it's like even crazier. But we don't talk about that much because I think that sometimes, strangely enough, we're also very humble about some of those things, but I've seen them. So therefore I believe, and that's all that really matters on that. So
were you planning to foment some sort of regime change? I will fight you to the death, but if Svan was the guy you'd back, we would end up in a pretty good spot.
I don't know. Logistic.
No, I would come to you. I would put your war gear at Tiershoff as the optimum sacrifice at that point, were I to get it. But that said, if I lost, we'd still be in a really good spot. I think Svan is a fine choice if that were to happen.
Ooh, something just came in.
So, all right, we got a couple other questions generated here.
Chelsea.
Yeah, now I'm got to read. See you guys posting interesting and thought provoking things over on the side, and I gotta have dead air while I read them for a sec. All right, cool. So back to our line of questions, but I do want to get to that because that's a really interesting question. Gentlemen, great stream. Can we unlock the full potential of the runes in our times? Like stuff that mentioned in the sagas. Even Dr. Flowers, being a rune master, don't have this power, thanks. Can we and will we are two separate things. So, all right. As an aside, apologize because it's late, and again, words kind of fail me on some of these things because it's a big concept that I want to encapsulate in a few words. I said at the beginning of our discussion on the runes very much are a lens, taking all of the magic hoodoo that we do with the runes, not diminishing it. I do it too. I'm not speaking ill of it. Taking all of that aside, fundamentally, and in a building block as children sense, us learning to see the world through the lens of our runes is probably the best thing you can do as someone starting out with the runes. Internalize them, digest them, see the world through that lens. A lot of people will look up and they'll see architecture or trees and they'll just pick out rune shapes. And to some people, it sounds silly and goofy. The fact that you're training your mind to see those things is an important first step. Seeing and interpreting stimuli in correlation with these runes helps build your mindset in the right place to best practice Asatru and to best advance esoterically and exoterically. I say that because the question, each of these things that you may have noticed tonight, I'm like, aha, that relates to Gebo. Well, this other thing relates to, they could relate to anything you want in my mind, because that's something I've tried to train myself to do. I see the connectivity in that because I've trying to train my mind to see the world through that lens. I noticed that with this question. When he talks about potential to do something like, the snowflake Hagalaz, that's the potential of all the. So everything else in the like magical stuff aside, seeing these things and viewing the world through the lens of the runes is very valuable if you don't do anything else with them. Maybe you're listening to this and you're not, a magically inclined person. You're not going to cast spells with them. You're not going to use divination with them. Fine. If you just learn that each of these symbols encapsulates core principles in our world, our universe, and our soul makeup, and it helps you to see the world in a different way, great. That's a win. That's awesome. That's a perfectly valid use of our runes. Can we fully actualize that? Yes. You say in our time, the runes are timeless. They may manifest in a different way, in a different place, in a different time, but in every age of man, we have the ability to actualize the fullness of the Futhark in our life. But I've said this before, and I don't know where that threshold of full is. Perfect isn't attainable. We're all trying to trend closer and closer and closer and closer and closer and closer and closer to that line of perfect. How close we get to that is up to us and how much we do and how much we put in. The question. So the question. It references Dr. Flowers, and I have a lot of respect for Dr. Flowers in a lot of different ways. His runology, he is the most knowledgeable in this world probably ever on the runes. Like Svan said earlier, though, it's about a lot more than just knowledge. Other aspects of his life as relates to his relationship with our gods, I think his exoteric religiosity or lack thereof hampers his esoteric actualization of the runes. And I think I feel bad. I feel bad even saying that because he is a very respected elder. He is a rune master. Were it posed to him, he could probably give you a whole list of reasons that he feels I can't better manifest the runes. But I think that his lack of devotional religiosity to our gods hampers his ability to fully realize the potential of the runes. I don't claim that I have. I don't claim that I can. I don't claim that I will. I will certainly try to, and I hope that I might. But yes, I certainly think that's within the realm of possibility and something that we aim towards. Our next question in the Alvis Mall, Alvis turns or tries to ask Thor for his daughter, but all the knowledge isn't enough. Is the sunrise that turns him to stone, revealing that he doesn't have the gifts of the gods? Svan, how do you see that in terms of that poem?
I really think that it's. I mean, obviously, when you look at the structure of the poem, it's for skaldic use to learn kennings and to learn alliteration forms, but the deeper meaning behind it is that Thor is the son of Odin, and he is deep minded, deep souled. He even has many names attested to this outside of just Thor or Asatru. The one that I was Harda Hugader. Harda Hugader is like broad headed, and it's talking about his he's not just an arm in a way, and oftentimes I think that's the absolute that's the first one that that I'm doing for an art piece that's going into Thorsoft is Alvis and Thor, and again the accumulation of knowledge and action is what makes Thor so powerful, and I think it plays out in that story. He is the deep souled, he is the deep minded, he is the broad headed, or big brained, if you will, is kind of the equivalency. But at the same time, he is clearly the manifestation of bravery and lordship and deed and the fighting and the quenching of enemies. So I think that one of the most interesting things about it is Alvis is coming for Thrudr. Thrudr is the strength of Thor's descendancy is strength. And I think that this goes along with the idea of grounding, the idea of manifesting that in essence, Alvis cannot ground Thor by attaining or because he goes there under the premise that, okay, you're mighty, you're strong. I'm going to get you with your mind. I'm going to beat you with your mind. And then he learns the hard way. That's not going to happen. That's not the case at all. So in essence, the power and the energy and the force of Thor and what through her strength is in relation to Thor, he cannot ground him even in a non-strength sense. So I've always taken it as the yes, the material that a Dvergar is, that a Svartalf is, and what they are in the cosmology of things, cannot ground the power of Asatru, because he understands both realms. He understands the material and he understands the higher form, and he attempts to try to ground his power and steal the strength from him, and he gets owned. So, yeah.
So with any of our lore, I think there's lots of layers to be considered. I've never seen that poem as being a slap against the dwarves as much as a testament to the abilities of Thor. I've tried to say this a lot, and it bears infinite repeating. We We have a tendency, and I think that just modern understanding of polytheism has this tendency. It limits. Okay, so this is a super nerdy reference, but I'll make it anyway.
Oh,
So it's like when you're making a role playing character sheet. It's like you've got a certain amount of points you can distribute. And so you can have a guy that's super strong, but then you don't got the points to distribute to the wisdom or the charisma or the whatever else. Or you can max out this guy's super smart, but he's riding around in a wheelchair because he can't hold himself up, and he's got a comically big, like, jumbo head, and he's a super villain that's really smart. It doesn't work like that. These are gods. Just like a person can be a power lifter and a genius, our gods can do different things. There's some people that just suck. They start out with 3 points they can distribute, and other people can distribute 20. There's no equality. Just because you're really smart doesn't mean you have to be scrawny. Because you're really strong doesn't mean you have to be an oaf. Because you're super good looking doesn't mean you can't be wise. Because you're super wise and you're super nice doesn't mean you have to be hideous. That's not how these things are distributed, and they're not evenly distributed. Thor is the foremost son of Odin. He is a warrior par excellence. He is the mightiest. Doesn't mean he's slow and drooling because he's super strong. This poem is special to me because it shows that he has the wisdom of a god. He's wise. He's profoundly wise. Is he as wise as Odin? No. Is he wiser than you? Yes. Is he wiser than these dwarves? Absolutely. No, but we look at that. Thor's god of strength, Odin's god of wisdom, Njord's god of the water. That doesn't mean they're useless in other pursuits or deficient. It means they have certain things that they excel at and are particularly specialized in. But that doesn't diminish them in other ways. They don't have to sacrifice the one for the other. And I think it's really important to realize, and this is one of those examples, and I think that's always been what's very, very special to me about this story, is that it shows the cunning and the wisdom, and it's not just the knowledge, but it's that cunning wisdom. It's the creativity of Thor to work his way out of this situation. This isn't about him, drinking enough to lower the oceans or, any of these feats of body. He's fully capable of feats of mind that can confound these other very ancient creatures that are also wiser than you or me, for that matter. So I think that's the beauty of this story. That's always what stood out to me. So here's the question that Svan took an interest in that I think is unique, and it's something that I don't think gets asked enough, and it's a very good question. Question: should you curse your enemies with the Hagalaz rune? If so, how do you go about doing that? First, there's a couple of things I want to digest here. Should you curse your enemies? Stop. What are your thoughts on that, Svan?
Ooh. Is there this is like a runic equivalent to a Fed post. Like, if you had something you were going to hide, how would you hide it? It's like, I don't know. No, when it comes to, so there's many attestments towards cursing in the lore. Again, this kind of goes back to the masculine and feminine. There's a great point. There's some people that have talked about Seether being like just straight witchcraft and evil and twisting of the, but they failed to mention that the runes were used quite often in this kind of workings against your foes. Where there's a rune corner that Widdershins around um, driftwood, and she carves these runes, and then she sends it out into the ocean, and then the runes are cleft. The wood is cleft, and it hits him in the shin, and he gets gangrenous wound, and that makes him weak for attack. And I think that's a really interesting thing, because when you look at that attestment, or like Egil Skallagrimsson's cursing of Erikur, the blood axe, there is an interesting point about the way the runes are used, as opposed to, say, like in the Runetal, where and this question about our, understanding the full potential, like the snatching of the arrow out of the mid-flight, very, very, very poignant effects versus these kind of like long-term effects of the runes being used in weird to kind of degenerate or slow down or obfuscate and things of weird. When you move around things, though, I would say, and whether we're talking about for bounty or for curse, you are moving things. And when you move things, again, you are creating debt. And that debt can find itself to be brought up later, if you will. Now, if you have the might and the main to do it, you also may have the wisdom and the might to overcome that movement that you've created. So I'm not saying like there's some sort of rule where I think like with Wicca, there's this concept of, if you do harm, it'll come back threefold. And I'm kind of glad they have that, considering the caliber of people that often apply some of that stuff. It kind of keeps them in check, because some of them are out there. I think it's more important to look at, if you're doing anything for boon or for bane against your enemy, or for yourself or your friends and kin, you are moving things, and that causes things to happen, and it creates a ripple effect that you must be aware of, and you must be acknowledge that it's going to happen, and that you have the wherewithal, the mental acuity to overcome those movements. It all becomes kind of like a very large strategic game of chess. We're moving pieces here, or if you're playing like Nefertafel, the idea is still the same. You're moving pieces here. You might not be seeing pieces over here that are going to cause you issues later on. Having that acuity is key. So before you ever step into that realm, ask yourself, do you have the wherewithal to understand that you are moving things, and that you will possibly have to adjust and renegotiate what life is going to throw at you based off of your actions?
So, yes, I think that was a really good way to explain it. One, it was different than the analogy that I was going to use, but it works. What I was going to say is, when you throw a punch, you open yourself up. If you know what you're doing, cool. But until you do that, you're not in a fight. When you choose to engage in a fight, then you've got to be prepared with the consequences. When you take it there, then you are opening yourself up to counter punches that you wouldn't normally. If me and Svan are beefing over something, we're all good. When one of us decides to conjure the arcane to damage the other, then we've opened up a field of battle that we're now fighting in. Do you want to escalate it to that point? Are you capable of escalating to that point? And if you are, is that an advantageous battlefield for you to fight on? And I think those are all things to consider. I think Svan's explanation, and when he started talking about debt, is where I think a lot of the confusion gets in. you shift the playing field and you change things that are currently in motion to be in motion in a different way. If you are prepared to ride that out or to reshuffle how you're doing things in accord with that, okay. If you're not, it can mess up other things that you're doing. And you need to be aware of that as well. Some things are different and you are liable to use different methods depending on your station and where you're at. When I was lower in status and I wasn't the Alsharier Gothi and I was doing other things and I didn't have an ability to affect things around me as much in a straightforward way, I have in fact used curses and runic things to affect change. I don't know the best way to say this. I have gone on the offense with magical things a few times. I have not done that as Alsharier Gothi. I have done that before I was in the position. Now that I'm in the position I'm in, I have a lot more resources to affect change in a positive way. Whereas before, when I felt I had few of those, I chose to take it to an esoteric plane to accomplish things that I couldn't in the mundane plane. As far as I know and can observe, I didn't get any bad blowback from that spiritually. And the things that I did were seemingly effective. So we will answer the rest of the question on the particulars of how to use Hagalaz when you're cursing people, because we'll take all comers and we'll answer any question that's brought to us. That being said, kids, don't try this at home. If you don't know what you're doing, this is a dangerous thing for you to do. Doing this wrong can bring back bad things on you, depending what you're doing, who you're doing it against, and other powers that observe your doings. There is consequence, or there can be consequence. I'll say this, and we shy away from a lot of talk about this kind of stuff, because when you talk about it too much, you sound like a lunatic, and it just isn't. This is very real, and it's very serious. When you stare into the abyss, sometimes the abyss looks back. When you open certain doors, you can't necessarily just close them, and you open yourself up to consequences. If you are not prepared for that, don't start none, won't be none. So one of the things is, if you go poking around in stuff that you don't know what you're doing, you might get bit. Remember that Witan Svan said, don't do that unless you know what you're doing. But if you do know what you're doing, or you're a particularly adventurous sort that wants to venture into this, and you wanted to utilize the rune Hagalaz to bring about the downfall of your foes in some way, how would Svan use that?
So when we talk about this, and I really like the fact that, like, sometimes when you go into runic questions and somebody says, you know, oh, how can I use this to curse someone? And you know, some people shy away from it, or again, there's like this triple fold rule. No, we're going down it. And the idea is some considerations. One, if you're trying to target an enemy that is spiritually powerful, there are things. It's just like if you punch an elephant and the elephant decides to hit you back. you threw the punch, you threw the press, you send it out there, and sometimes even in a spiritual sense, that elephant can thwop and hit you back. So you got to be careful. And I think that when you talk about utilizing the runes, it's more along the lines of in a culmination of events that correlate physically, mentally, and spiritually. So if you find that your enemy is drawing themselves out, pursuing too much for an ambush, if you will, or beleaguering themselves with denoting way too much energy and way too much time into moving towards you, that is the time, I think, to hit. It's kind of like the idea of using your enemy's momentum against them. If they're fatigued, if they're out of sorts, if they're scattered, or if there's a shred of kind of disunity within their mind or within their kinship with others, that's when these cracks, that's when these punches can kind of have the most effect. If you throw it when the elephant is healthy and the elephant throws back, you're probably going flying. But if you time yourself and understand weird as it flows, the biggest thing about Hagalaz is that it is an obfuscational effect. I have found in my personal studies in relation to, say, for instance, like we've already covered one rune that can be used in offensive senses, and that's Kusma or Kenaz or Keen. It can have a festering effect. Hagalaz has a way of slowing people down and blurring their goals or intentions. It has a way of turning people around, causing confusion. It's a maelstrom, if you will, of creating this point in which weird starts going in all different directions to the point where at that they're just hanging on. And so it has more of what I would call a motion stop effect. As I learned it, the way that Hagalaz would be applied is to cause misdirection, to cause confusion, and to slow down a rushing force, if you will. And so something's going on a track, but it has problems, and then it can cause confusion. Again, it's one of those runes that if you utilize it, and I have found personally that when you do things like this at great distance, you have to have a very strong might. One of the big points that I've noticed about the application of curses, if you will, is that a lot of times you have to make the tine physically get near the intended person or the intended target, if you will. If you do it over great expanses of time, that's actually a reflection on your might. And I have found that some people try it and it doesn't work at all. It's because their might isn't strong enough to turn all of those threads of weird in a direction of their desire. And sometimes it is better to physically make a contact point, whether it's on the land, like again with Eilskal Grimmason, when he made the Nidstaver, he did it in the land of the kingdom of Erekur. He told the land spirits that they would not find their homes. So he attacked the land with the specific reaction of causing confusion in the land and laying the onus on Eric. But if you're targeting just the actual person, I would say the idea is that, again, it is about placing proximity, physically affecting weird, placing your will and intention into something, and then having that something near your target is what causes, I think, the most effect, unless you have great might and a lot of practice and a lot of prowess in doing things like this. And again, if you do have a lot of practice and prowess, sometimes it's better to just complete it with your deeds, and your fists are sometimes far more surgical than this, because it can affect other people's weird around this person. Hail does not discriminate. It's an area effect. And it can also draw in other people and they get affected. And that's when things start to really shift outside of your scope of understanding. But it can also be used protectively in the idea that it is something laying in wait, that you can utilize it to obfuscate someone who moves against you. So it's also used in a sense of protection. If someone physically or spiritually attacks you, it can also be used as a retribution attack that's laying in wait. It is the grain, it is the kernel, and it can activate itself as it's needed fit against people moving with you. So I would say offensively, proximity is probably your best bet unless you're an esteemed, rune mother or rune kona. If you are, again, it is understanding that it is an area effect, and sometimes it's best reserved to hold it as a defensive measure for people who move against you, that they get nothing but hail thrown right back in their face. And so my rune teacher oftentimes taught me that it was a rune of barriers and thresholds to be released if someone moved across it. Do with that what you will.
There are lots of varieties of stuff you can do. So we're wading out in water we usually don't get in. One thing as a preamble to this, lots and lots of magical spells and practices are made specifically to reverse stuff. So if what you're doing doesn't hit, there is good reason to believe it can come back at you, the same thing that you tried to put out. We covered that in, let's cross-reference this, because my memorization of the Armanen runes with their rune poem is not what it should be. I admit this. I apologize. Okay. So I thought it was this one with Kinez. I believe with Kinez. Let me check. Yeah. Or the Armanen rune Kaun. A sixth I know, when some thane would harm me in runes on a moist tree's root. On his head alone shall light the ills of the curse that he called upon mine. A lot is made of I'm rubber, you're glue, whatever you say, bounce off me and sticks to you. But in a tell me I'm wrong. But in a elevated way, let's say. So be careful of that. Again, why are you punching an elephant? Find something else to do. An elephant is stronger than you. It's better at that. You've got guns and stuff if you're trying to fight an elephant. Why are you trying to get in a physical, like, wrestling match with it? It will beat you up. One of the other things, and this is one of the ones that's hard. It's late, guys. We're getting loopy. But one of the things that's harder to articulate, only the very best of us that are at the point of transcendence into something better than we are fully integrated soul components. So we have various pieces of ourself that function outside of our true selves direction. We've got autonomous pieces of ourselves that do their own thing. The Filgia, perhaps, you have things about yourself that protect you outside of your operative rune knowledge. You've got things that can be looking out for you. You've got guardian spirits looking out for you, or you can potentially, that know how to play this game better than whoever's in mom's basement casting spells on people. There is potential for someone who is spiritually mighty not to know that they're doing it, but to redirect bad things on you. Even if you're not scared of homeboy you're trying to cast the spell on, maybe you should be scared of homeboys feel you. That said, if I was going to do it, there's stuff, I've never done this, but I've read about stuff. You could carve it into a dissolvable substance and then dissolve that into a drink that you hand them and they can consume it. That's a thing. It works on Svan's proximity deal. Anybody watching this, I'm not advising anybody poisons people. That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm saying you could carve something in. The example that Edred uses is a piece of cheese. You could carve healing runes in a piece of cheese and feed it to somebody you want to heal. You could mess people up runes in the same piece of cheese and feed that to people. What I would most likely do would be a knot binding involving chanting of Hagalaz with specific ill intents in a string. Hair would be even cooler if you had hair of the person who did stuff. Getting somebody's lock of hair is tricky. It's whatever. But with a rope or with a string binding, and then whenever I'm done with it, burning it. But keeping that in a special place, and with each of those knots implanting a effect that I want caused by Hagalaz. What I'd also do is spend meditative time galdering the rune with projected imagery of chaos and misfortune that I want it to cause. The more visceral my imagery while I'm galdering, the more effective, the more hate and just bad stuff you shove into it while you're doing it, the more effective the potential of that is. I don't advise that. I feel dirty talking about that, honestly. But that's what I do, and that's the question that's asked. Svan's absolutely right. This is about Hagalaz as a rune in that context, about confounding and disrupting plans, reshuffling stuff chaotically on what's going on, basically destruction through a storm of chaotic, random, everything's busting apart. I'm confused, don't know up from down, getting lost, confounding them in that way. But it's a good question. It's important. I think that when we get in these topics, it's the kind of thing that somebody wonders but doesn't ask. And I appreciate that you ask. I hope that you guys take that in as an informative point of what people can and cannot do, and don't necessarily take that home and start using it on stuff. Again, if you do, Matt and Svan didn't tell you to, so that's on you. Svan, you said you've been Asatru since you were 13. Can you give us a brief timeline from when you joined the AFA, your journey to becoming a Gothi, and finally a Witan?
Oh, can I keep anything brief?
Negative.
Negative. Man, I didn't see this question. Okay, I will just say this much. I grew up in a household that was Lutheran predominant. When I moved to America, I tried different religious churches and institutions. searching. I was always very inquisitive and tried to observe the magic of the world, even in foreign faiths, to try to find the truth of things. And it was in a time, 1993, 1994. The internet wasn't around, and things had led me to understanding that my ancestors and had a faith, and the faith was real, and the faith was like tangible. It was not something that was spoken about in some sort of sense of like uh, a comedy or a comic or something or a movie. And I started learning, and I learned, I think, with what we had at the time, which was some of it was very rudimentary. I think a lot of people might remember I mentioned it, Ed Fitch's book, and all of that kind of stopped when I found Edward Thorson's Book of Troth. And the Book of Troth, the old one, it was a white book with an Irminsul on it, and then there was a one that preceded, or yeah, that followed that, which was what was called the Space Hammer book. It was a book with a hammer over it, kind of floating through space. But in that book, that was the first time that I saw the Edward Thorson had placed the ritual in which he kind of did a reversal of the prayer that Charlemagne forced on the Saxons. And at that young age, it lit something in me. I had a dream. The dream was very poignant, in which there was someone accompanying me, an elder person that I didn't quite see his face. And I was like a young child in the dream, even though I was a teenager. And I was already interested in the runes and was studying, and things compounded on themselves. And I through a series of events, I committed to and performed that bloat and that ceremony of what was very much a hot button topic at the time, was the professional ceremony, in which back then, Asatru, there was like kind of, I would say, the proto polarization of Asatru at the time wasn't about folkish or non-folkish. It was Asatru was folkish. You were celebrating the Germanic gods. What it was professing your faith. There was a lot of people, I think, in the faith that were still kind of washing over from the eclectic fields of Wicca and things of that nature. And so the profession faith was, I'm professing my faith to the gods of my people. And that involved you understanding your identity as an ethnic group, and that your gods are connected to you through your blood. And that started to ruffle a lot of feathers. But I went through that rite on my own, young punk kid. I didn't know anything, but I just threw myself at it with seeking the truth. And what I got back was, this is the path, this is the time, and you're just now starting it. And it scared my mother. She thought that I was, again, doing like Wicca or witchcraft or evil stuff. And she didn't quite understand, because she was still very much in the mode of Christianity. And I managed to explain things. I built a stallur, or a harrow in my home and in my room, and I took great care of it. And I cultivated my spiritual understanding of the gods solely and alone. There was no internet. There was no large organizations that spanned and had intercommunications. I was just on my own. And most of the stuff we did was through newsletters and books and things like that, mailing orders. And I found some people locally, and to be honest, my start to entering a community was not good. I met a lot of very odd, strange characters, a lot of them utilizing the religion to accentuate their oddity. They were edgy upon edgy of things. And so I recoiled back and didn't quite know if this is what I was going to do. And I remained faithful to the gods on my own for many, many years. And then I joined the military, and I carried my faith with me. And so in Hawaii, in numerous countries, on top of the deck of a ship, I've held bloat all over the world, and honored my gods. And it was at a time when I was overseas in the Middle East it wasn't a plea. I was really trying to find the ideas, like, if I'm going to be chosen, I want to be chosen. I want to fight, and I want to be chosen to rise above. And then the question started creeping into me is, what if you aren't chosen to rise above in battle? What happens? Are you forsaken? And it was young. It was a young man's thoughts tackling faith, and war and death and fighting. And I was in the thick of it. I held a bloat on the Euphrates River, and with minimal things. I had like a canteen cup and water, and I basically said that I was going to strive to, uh, if I wasn't chosen in this theater of war, I would move on and try to start something. So when I returned, I immediately started looking for community again. And I found it, and it seemed less odd at first. But it got odd over time. There was a lot of, I was convoluted at the time. I was coming back from war. So a lot of it was spent studying the lore and studying everything, but I got lost in the motions of it. I got lost in the mead and the partying and the backyard kind of craziness. And I lost, I think, what faith really is about. And once I finally got my head out of it, I backed away again, and I stepped away from those people, and I stepped away from myself, and I reevaluated things, and I started searching again. And that is through a series of events, through a friend. I was told about the Asatru Folk Assembly. And by this time, I'd already withdrawn again. So it's a receding and progressing of wave in and out, in and out. And he had said that he was going to go to a Winter Nights festival in Pennsylvania for the Asatru Folk Assembly. And I was like, I got to see what this is all about. So I went very quietly in. Again, when you walk into halls, it's best to keep your thoughts to yourself and just observe. And I was blown away. I was blown away by the complete difference from what I had experienced, and that there was true piety, true faith. There was people talking about the gods, but they were very real people. They were successful people. They were people that were well dressed and focused, and they had all of this movement and motivation towards being better people and doing great things. And that hit me like a freight train. So I told people that where I was coming from, the people that I had interacted with before, and that I wasn't them. I wasn't trying to be them. I was looking for something else. And I listened in. I met a lot of interesting people. Some of them were characters too, and some of them have fallen away over time. But ultimately, it was Alzerigo that was speaking at this event, and I was sitting in the back, and I was just very quiet. And I've been carrying my faith with me for so long, and I'm listening, and there's goosebumps rising off of, and I'm just like, I couldn't quite could figure it all out. It was just movement, and I didn't know what to do. I was shocked by it, and something just told me, like, the flag had been planted, and I needed to come to this flag. This was what I needed to do. And that's what started it. I think keeping an open and honest. I had to go through trials in the beginning. Before I wasn't always folkish, in the sense that I wasn't aware of my folk, like what Asatru is. And I was convoluted by the people I had met and the experiences that I had. And I had to, that last time withdrawing was me cleaning the slate and opening my mind to the idea, like, this is an ethnic faith. This is who I am. This is my identity. This is what I'm really about. And all of a sudden I'm surrounded by all these people that are already there. And I was behind. I was off the wagon. I was trailing behind the trail. So I jumped in, and I threw myself in, and I started a kindred in Virginia, and I got a bunch of people together. and I started a concept of I don't think it was successful in its own right, but it probably wasn't the wisest way to go. But I was learning, and I started a kindred that was statewide and had multiple groups, and I was organizing and doing things. But I realized that it was a chemistry balance of keeping odd people in focus towards the horizon. And again, leadership is hard. That is one of the biggest testaments that I learned, that one, I don't negotiate that very well. And there are people out there that do that a lot better than me. And I learned that at that time. And I learned about people. I always thought that, going into this, there would be an outside force and everyone would be united. But sadly enough, a lot of dissension within is what causes the most problems. And again, in this world, I always seem to understand hierarchy and collective unity. And I think a lot of people say that they understand those things, but more often than not are immediately driven by their own rudder. They're inclined to do their own individualistic intentions, and they end up fracturing off. So my growth period between 2007, after coming back from the Marines, and joining the AFA in 2015/16, was a very long and arduous process of understanding chemistry of community and what that meant and what that did. Even though I can think back and go, oh, what was I thinking? It taught me a lot about understanding loyalty, understanding fealty, understanding faith, understanding piety, understanding what real religion is about, and what the gods, I think, are waiting for us to find out on our own. And they want us to prove it to them. They're not going to hand it to us. They want us to prove to them that this is for real, this is serious, and our faith in them is going to drive us forward. And that's what started it all. And eventually, the organization of Alzhir towards temples just ripped everything that I thought as a mainstay, just tore it all apart. And it was like, nope, this is where we're going. We're going to the top, and it's not stopping. And I was like, I have to be a part of this. I want to put everything I got into having the gods have their temples on Midgard with us standing there, and I'm not going to back down from it. And the moment just like when I was 13 and I committed to the gods as my ethnic gods, and I forsake the angels and the prophets of alienation, and I took up my people's gods. This was the second time in which I realized I needed to do that again. And it was in that, no, I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to back down. We're going to push this over the precipice. And I want to be a part of it. I want to be there because I had all of this accumulated knowledge. I wanted to help, and I wanted to just be there I wanted to be on the front line of anything that was going down. I was going to stand right there, arm in arm with anybody that would stand with me. And when the flag was put down by Alzhir, I wanted to be there. I had multiple times in which people have tried to dissuade me from it, and I don't know. I take it as an insult sometimes. Like, they think that's some sort of folly, but my honor is in my loyalty. And they got a very, very vicious kind of turn of events when they found out that the nice, amicable, wise Svan is not. I'm not messing around. Like, I'm very, very serious about this, and don't try to dissuade me from it. And people use trickery and gifting and oathing and all of these things, and I managed to just fly right through them. And when it came time to find a temple for Thor, I was praying for Minnesota to get the temple, and I wanted everything for them to find it. And I prayed, and I had a very poignant moment during a thunderstorm, and then everything fell in uncannily. So I can't explain it other than simply by the divine grace of the gods. Everything pointed out to Thorshof, where it is now. And that's it. That sealed it. And it's been there ever since. then Alzhirigothi surprised me with, because he does this is the everyone on the Witan is brings an extremely poignant uh, craft or trade or knowledge or intent that makes them I'm in awe of them sometimes as to what they do. And so suddenly it was just laid at my feet. Would you be willing to do this as well? And I get, knowledge is sometimes intangible. It's something that you can kind of thoroughly press out into the world or recede back in, and so it felt very different as opposed to, say, somebody who has tangible knowledge of the law and what is written, or someone who can produce things quite literally out of the electronic field of the internet or something. These things are so palpable and impressive. It's almost magic in and of itself. I felt very odd, but I said yes, and then got frocked into the Witan, and have been at the pleasure of being shoulder to shoulder with some of the greatest people I've ever met, and accumulating and seeing things, and also seeing people like, again, Witan Young and his attestment to Sigerheim and all of those things, and kind of some of the things I learned at Thorshof, and some of the things learned at going to the Hofs and to the murals and making pilgrimages to every Hof and living there and drawing, and never even considering the idea that I would one day be doing art for the gods in such a level to where there's people coming to the Hofs and seeing these attestments of my faith to the gods, and then it being also their part of their life, part of their attestment, and elevating them, having them look up and feel a connection there. It's mind-blowing and oftentimes kind of humbling, but also just joyous. Wunjo all the way in the sense that it's like that elevation. So that's kind of the briefest way I can cover almost 2 decades of Asatru.
So Svan talked about this earlier. It is self-evident, a lot of things about Svan that recommend him to being in the position he's in. His becoming a Gothi has to get my approval for it, or at least I've got to not put my foot down and veto it. But he obviously qualifies for that in a lot of ways. One of the things that is so above and beyond that necessitated him being on the Witan is his strength of character and his piety. Knowledge of all this stuff comes after that. And Svan is, you guys have all heard it. He's obviously no dullard, but he could have put in that learning on so many different things. His knowledge being about Asatru is a testament to his piety and his devotion. And if that piety and devotion had not manifested in book learning, it would have manifested in a different way. His expertise on Germanic languages and on the lore isn't why he's on the Witan. His piety and his devotion to the gods, his seriousness about what we're doing. And then there's an X factor that I come back to, words don't accurately express, but there is something that happens that's, how Namaste was explained to me. The divine in me sees the divine in you. There's something when you look at people and you get to know them that you get a glimpse of their woad self, and you recognize something there. And It's obviously a no-brainer. You guys all know that. That's why the audience for the Svan episodes is bigger than any of the other audience. The gravitas that Svan brings to the AFA, to the Witan, to our gods, to making this happen in general is self-evident. But yeah, that was absolutely where Svan needed to be. One of the things, and there's different stuff that different members of the Witan and I talk about all the time, but as far as sculpting the deep spirituality of the AFA, Svan is very much, my right-hand man in that. He and I have spent countless hours discussing that. I'd say the spirituality of it, the doctrine of it, but very often the artistry, the imagery, the overall plan of a lot of things. It's something that he and I spend hours, just he and I, talking about and making happen. But grows late. We have one more question left. I'm going to take a quick peek at these comments. Cool. All right, last question. Coming from Odyssey, we appreciate our Odyssey audience. We don't often get questions from over there, so we're glad when we do, certainly. Question is, so curses aren't free? No, curses are not free. Nothing is free.
I was going to say, neither are boons.
And not being silly or anything else, this goes back to Fehu, when we talked about that over a month ago now, I guess. Everything is a commodity or a resource in the sense that it gets spent, it gets regenerated, it gets used, it gets circulated, and it's misused when it's hoarded. So Haminya, spiritual might, any of those things are a finite commodity where you have a certain amount that you can spend. Luck is that way. If you wish someone luck, you are breaking off a chunk of your luck and granting it to them. So I'm always very careful when I wish someone luck. I don't wish them luck unless they're a person that I genuinely would be willing to sacrifice some of mine to make sure that they had the best luck possible. But it's something that you gain by spending it. You by using that muscle, you make yourself stronger on it. But yes, there is a cost to it. And, I think we went over with curses, what stuff it opens up to you and various things that way. It's not, it's not as finite as all that, but it is a thing, and there is consequence. With anything that's worth doing, there's consequence. I've said this, I don't know. I've said this a lot, but courage doesn't exist without consequence. If it doesn't have the potential for there to be negative consequences, then it's not courageous. You don't boldly eat your breakfast cereal in the morning because it's not courageous because you don't face a consequence. So yeah, you open doors and you step out on a completely, for many of us, unfamiliar battlefield, and you engage in rules that you don't clearly understand with groups of people that you can't necessarily assess what they're bringing to the table when you do it. And it takes a certain amount of courage to do, but no, it's not free of consequence. And the bigger the risk, the bigger the potential payoff, I would say, in a lot of those things. But don't hear that and hear, oh, big payoff. You should much more hear big risk. But yeah, I think that's got a couple more comments here. Just checking to see if there's any last questions and such. Don't seem like there is. Um, it's been a really good show tonight, guys. Thank you so much. I've really enjoyed it. I think the audience has been great on this one. You guys have had really good questions, really thought-provoking questions. I appreciate a lot of people say that they really like these programs and that they learn a lot from them. I'm I'm appreciative of that. I'm humbled by that. I'm really glad that folks are enjoying these. I know that sometimes me and Svan will get on all kind of different trails on different stuff. It makes sense to us, but it's hard to know, how well it's necessarily digested by everybody that listens. I appreciate you guys. So this has been a joy to do. Svan, thank you so much for continuing to come on and be the guest 50% of the time on this program. Really, you bring so much to it, and the Svan episodes are the highest, certainly the highest watched and participated in episodes. One of the reasons that they're as long as they are. People look forward to these, as do I. So thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, thank you for having me. And I mean, I just if you're for the folks that are watching, get books, get good books, get yourself a big notebook filled with all of your cumulative knowledge, and get a scratch notebook that has just ideas, and become a mad scientist about it. Get into it.
There you go. Words of wisdom. So good night. Hail the gods, hail the folk, hail the AFA, and remember, victory never sleeps.